Hello. Is a Sinister Game being here with a new stream? Or hold on, let me make sure to still have actually your first. Right. Alright. Right. After like 30 seconds on the console end, it looks like it's actually live here now. On the actual desktop version YouTube Studio on my phone, I'm looking at for the live status and stuff. But yes. Hello. Hello. Is a Sinister Game being here with a new stream. And this stream, going to be going over the event week for this week from very early Thursday, whatever, like per usual, in Grand Theft Auto Online, and sadly, once again, getting to it on Tuesday here. But yes, as put in the title and what I'm hovered over right now, basically, there is 2 times money in RP in all FIB files finales, apparently. So, I was looking around, making sure I didn't do it before. As expected, I did not. So, this is the first time they've done all 4 on 2 times, pretty sure. And in addition to that, there actually is a priority file, like per usual, as well. So, there's one that's 4 times, technically, but you can only do it 1 time. And that apparently is the fine art file, I believe it is, for the one basically that's on the 4 times, which I think is actually the one in the image as well with the like night vision and stuff. Pretty sure that one's the one on 4 times basically right now. We gotta find our one with like night vision and all that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one. That's on the 4 times. But yeah, FIB files. You spend like what 20k I believe for each one basically. They're pretty quick. You can do them like 20-30 minutes, if even kind of. If you do them fast and whatnot. Assuming you have like all the good stuff to play them and whatnot for vehicles and whatnot. Which for the most part is Mark II oppressor, honestly, not gonna lie. For how to do it as quick and efficiently as possible. Which I'd kind of know because I've kind of got to him like last minute sometimes. To where I have to kind of do them with the Mark II. To get them done in like a pinch. But yeah. I think they usually pay like 100-ish K or something. You make like 100-ish K or so for what's pretty quick. You can make like a couple 100,000, probably in like an hour, or like a couple few $100,000 normally an hour. So of course, for times 2 that, you might be able to make almost $1 million an hour. If like just not even like $1 million an hour, maybe, which could actually be pretty good. I like how quick paced these are for sure. The challenges are pretty easy if you've done them enough. Which, speaking of challenges, if I can remember right, I'd like to kind of say them all, I guess. So I'll start with Black Box, I guess, since it's in the top left corner when you go on that like initial screen. We have Black Box. That one you have to destroy like the plane engines. Then you have to get like all the contents, and then I think you need like 5 headshots or something like 10 headshots, if not 5. Or maybe it's just general kills, maybe not headshots, but I'm kind of thinking it's maybe the former, but maybe it's not actually. Maybe it's only Project Breakaway that matters of headshots. Sorry, man, my body's being a bitch right now. Cardiest, man. If you hear me sniffing or some shit, it's kind of why and shit, I think. But yeah, again, those are the challenges for that one. Destroying the engines, like, all the contents, and then it's either 5 to like 10 general kills or headshots on that one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm actually leaning more towards the general kills on that one, contrary to what I possibly said earlier. Brute force. And yeah, by the way, I think the top 2 are definitely the ones least worth doing, by the way. Those ones just will not be as good as the bottom 2 on that, like, initial screen. But yeah, brute force. I kind of do like that one on mid, because one of them you can literally just go to music locker. You don't have to go on, like, that screen an extra time. So in that sense, that one's kind of quicker in some ways for one's setups, at least. But yeah, the finale's kind of a bit of a pain in a sense, especially if going for one of the objectives kind of can take some time. Hard to run, I feel. But anyways, challenges for that one. You have to reach Fort Zancudo, I believe, in like 5 minutes on that one. So you mostly want to use either the Mesa or the Meriwether Mesa or the Crusader for the most part. I've been successful, I think, in the barracks. I've not yet been successful on like my one try with the Veeder. I haven't tried to be for more than one time, I think, with the Veeder, but yeah. Maybe it's possible, but I mean, it's probably the slowest of them all anyways. I think it is, in fact, slower than the barracks from what I've heard. Probably because it's on like the Carpic Island and it's a smaller map, of course. For like the logic behind that one being slower than the vehicle that was released like much earlier on. That's very similar to whatever. That's how you can kind of go about that one. And then, yeah, you have to enter area A undetected, which is kind of a little inconsistent. It can be. Just try to get through like as fast as you can. Like in that first interior, you want to go towards like the right, hug kind of like the wall area. Don't actually hug it with cover, but just go kind of to the right wall section or something. Then you want to go to the left or something in the second room where there is one person I think you'll have to like hit with your gun basically, then proceed to like the next room. And that one I think you kind of just go through everything on the left wall once again for that one, like the second one. And then you get to like the little corridor area. There's like one character you gotta take out with your actual gun. One time I got unlucky and someone was gunshot, I think, when I shot him or something. So that can maybe happen, but it's probably rare. So I don't think I've had it happen more than one time. Like, I think I got headshot. I don't think I killed him different or anything. But might want to be worried about that. And then, yeah. When it comes to, like, the actual room, try to be careful killing that first guy. And then I think there's a possibility of the second guy being faced the other way and not noticing you. That might be one you want to actually get to. A crate to cover, which will count towards the area A and the tactics. I know that one's like the most annoying objective, I think, of any of the 12 for the challenge things. Because that one's the most inconsistent one I find, really. Whereas the other ones are all like pretty easy in comparison for all the other like 11 objectives on any of the 4 FIB files. And like maybe you get a possibility of killing that guy instead of like having to hope he's facing the other way. That might work too, of course. Maybe. But yeah, be careful there. Try to maybe analyze the area maybe a little if you can before you actually get that kill. If you want to spend a little time, make sure you don't have to like redo the drive to force and coup and everything. Not that it's all that difficult. It's kind of easy to get back to that point if you're used to how to do it. Because I can literally explain it pretty easily here after all, not even showing gameplay. I find. Yeah, then what else was I going to mention? Fucking. So yeah, there's a couple things. Oh yeah, no, last challenge is destroying like 5 vehicles. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 5 vehicles. I'm pretty sure it's the amount with the Scarab machine gun to So you have to use a scarab machine gun, which is kind of a pea shooter, which kind of sucks, but yeah. This Crusader, I think in the initial area or something, you can destroy pretty easy. If you want to spend some time, you can destroy the Insurgent, which is what I do, like in that area as well. I just shoot either the engine area or kind of like that wheel, like weak spot that a lot of vehicles tend to have that I've kind of shown before, I think, on the channel. On my own lowrider, like contact mission content episode, especially for example, I think. I think. And then, what else? What else? But yeah, there's up to 2 vehicles, like, in the corridor, like, when you're getting out of the interior to get, like, to Lagazinkudo, pretty sure it goes to. So that might be up to 4 vehicles, like, at the most you could kind of get easily. And then from there, just destroys and mirror whoever vehicles outside, either one or both of them, because a lot of times it will end up destroying both vehicles in like one explosion, which kind of to me suggests, just in case, I should just destroy the 2 vehicles individually. I tried to go for 5 individual explosives just in case, but maybe you just have to destroy 5 vehicles as long as any part of it counts. With the machine gun, it might count. I'm not 100%. But again, since area A1's kind of like inconsistent, I'd probably be absolutely sure on that last objective to be sure. And then, yeah, the fine art, that one, I believe is the bottom left. I'll go for that now then, for the priority one, for the challenges there. Sorry if I got throw being a bitch, damn it. Yes, yes. Fine art. You have to enter the penthouse, I believe, undetected or something. On one of my recent attempts, I actually killed, like, enemies purposely non-stealth, I think, in the, like, actual interior, since I wanted to do it twice since I didn't get to it 1 week, so I was doing it twice to get the payout. I should have got when it was 2 times, basically. One time with, like, no challenges, or almost no challenges. Other time with, like, all the challenges. And yeah, I think I was able to kind of do it loud, I think, in the interior, but I think that challenges off of the one character that's at the exterior section, like, out of the penthouse, like, right out of the penthouse, before the hack or whatever. But maybe just stealth the people in the interior just in case as well. Maybe might as well there. So you do the rest of the mission more successfully too. Then you have to like find a switch in like 60 seconds or something, which is always at a certain table, like in the like one part of the interior after you like utilize EMPs or whatever you place in like the interior. Once you use those, like right in that one interior, there's like a table to like the right, like pretty instantly in the right, kind of by like a bar table or something. I don't 100% know, but it's pretty clear, I think, where that is. It's always in the same spot every time if you have found it, by the way, like at all in that one. It's always the same table, the same spot, everything, I'm pretty sure. For the switch in 60 seconds, so it's pretty easy to do once you've done it one time. And then you have to just steal all the contents, I believe, like the FIB, the black box file, excuse me. Not FIB file, but the black box file, yeah. Just steal all the contents from there, like that one, I believe, for the last challenge. So you have to steal the side contents and then the main content. That's how it always goes, by the way, on those. Because once you do the main one, it does not really let you do the other ones or something, as far as I know. Not that I've tried, but as far as I know. And then last but not least, you have the Project Breakaway file, which is one of the better ones to grind along with the not FIB, but the, again, I keep getting the general name confused, but the fine art file, because yeah, I don't know what's out of F to it, of course, so I get that one especially confused. But yeah, Project Breakaway file. You have to find Project Breakaway in like 5 minutes, which as long as you know what you're doing with track fi is super easy to do. You could literally get like a fifth of the time probably, or like a fourth at like worst if you're actually trying to do it efficiently. Like that one I know for sure has like a 15 headshot requirement or something. I think it's 15. If not, then it's like 10. I don't think it's 20. It's either 10 or 15, but I think it's 15 on the headshots. So make sure you're headshotting every character and don't just blow everyone up with your Mark II oppressor if you're going for the challenges. And then the last challenge is just taking all the contents basically again. Basically. Like how the black box and then the fine art both have stealing all the contents. You have to do that for Project Breakaway as well. Only one where you don't steal all the contents technically is brute force, just to be clear. But yeah, that was all 12 challenges explained basically. Or at least for all but the first one I explained them because I feel the first one is some of the easier to understand challenges. Really, brute force is the hardest to understand challenges with that one enter area 8 undetected, which is kind of inconsistent, like I said. Because it's kind of a bitch, because a stealth is kind of a bitch in that mission if you actually were to kill everybody, which nobody probably should do, which is why I just explained going to the walls, kind of just jumping around, like the walls don't actually cover, but just be around those walls. When you do that, again for brute force. But yeah, on the priority one, you should probably get like 600k, I believe. I think it was like 600-ish k on Black Box a couple weeks back or something when they did that on like 2 times in addition to priority, I think, or something it was. And it was just for that one, whereas this event is 2 times on all of them. And then, of course, priority, of course, has 2 times on top of that as well, since it's priority after all. So you can only do it the 1 time for the event. For the fine art vial, pretty sure it is again, is priority. So that one you can unfortunately only do 1 time, which is sadly one of the better ones to grind. So you kind of have to do black box or brute force in addition to like Project Breakaway as like one of the quicker grinds to do basically. Me personally, I think black box is my least favorite. Though some people find brute force to be the least favorite. Again, probably because of that undetected challenge thing or something, and just because of like the juggernaut enemy can be kind of a pain to take out and whatnot. Or really just do whatever one of those two I think is your better of your two, really. I think place of fine art would be the grind, I feel, for this one, since you're going to do fine art to 1 time. It seems like this one might actually take you to the garment factory if you select it as well, if you want to do that. From this main menu, if you're on PlayStation 5, it's by Series X/S, PC, and Enhanced, by the way. And also for something extra going on, there's no money opportunity, unfortunately, for it going on, of course, as expected, since this is already really good after all here, as I was basically explaining. There's Meriwether security livery you can get for the Buckingham DH-7 Iron Mule helicopter. Fuck, I'm sorry, yeah, fuck you. But yeah. Iron Mule helicopter. Yeah, there's an exclusive Meriwether security livery, which, oh my god, that shit looks tight as fuck, in my opinion. That actually looks like a very good livery to me. But yeah, you have to do the Titan job, which normally does pay pretty good. I think on hard it pays like 800k or something, which is not terrible. Though I think sadly they also like patched it or hot fixed it. I think it wasn't even a patch; it was just hot fix. Since God forbid they patch your game for anything other than like game crashes, like fixing a Vapid Fireball ASP part-time like time trial finally with like instead of it going purely red, like no actual part-time for the Vapid Fireball ASP. They don't fix that or the bulletproofness of the Coco D5. As funny as that shit is, it's probably annoying for people as well. Don't even The only patch like crashes if I remember last time they did. So the game doesn't crash. But yeah, they hotfixed it, I think, unfortunately, where you don't get to have like the armor every time. Like you have to actually collect the armor each time and whatnot. However, I think there's a new method that was found where you can actually somehow get like a laser jet basically instead of like the mogul that probably doesn't really need you to do the anything maybe but the armor really might be the one thing that might be worth still doing for like the contents to get on that one with like the cargo ship that you have to steal like the contents from on that penultimate mission thing, whatever. So yeah, do you know if do yes, do you know if you haven't played it in a while, I think they made it where you have to collect all those contents on the cargo ship again each run instead of it all already being there. Which does make the tier 4 a lot more of an annoying one to do, I'm sure. Yeah, fucking. Trying to think of anything else really here. But yeah, again, it's a mission on hard. I think pays like 800k basically. Pretty good normally. So it doesn't need 2 times to necessarily go out the way to get it for a livery, I feel. Those missions are really fun to do. I tried a couple times getting it within an hour, so I have not managed it yet personally, and now it's even harder to do, of course, like I mentioned, but still a fun mission set to do. And for this livery, I think it's definitely going to be worth it for a rare livery on there. Alright, and then apparently it's 30% off, I think it's Shavos V6 apparently. Which is the new sedan that came out, I'm pretty sure. I think it's a sedan class vehicle and it just came out as update. I think it's S tier as well, it might even be top of the class, I believe, for a lot of time as well. Pretty good. I'll check on the spreadsheet from Perfect 152 kind of here, since it's on here anyways. So I might as well go over it now, so I don't have to do it later. It does also have access, by the way, to lock-on jammer, pretty sure. For Mr. Lock-on jammer, you have to buy into it, though, at the agency, so you will have to move it to the agency if you want the lock-on jammer. But I think after that, you can basically put it whatever property you want, and it should be on it, obviously, for the lock-on jammer. But yeah, it is the first place for a lap time. It is at the top of the S tier and the stand class altogether, indeed. And it is 6th place on top speed, which is not bad. It's pretty good on top speed, I would say, too. 2-2. So yeah, it's a very good sedan. I would suggest going for it. Kind of reminiscent to the Chavez, like the regular one that's in like Grand Theft 4 episodes, Liberty City, possibly. At least namesakes, it's similar to. Not sure about the rest from there, but still. So I think it's a pretty nice vehicle to own, especially since you can actually put it with a lock-on jammer. So you don't get locked onto by Mark II pressers and any other vehicle that people despise for whatever personal reasons. Me personally, I'm fine with. Me personally, I don't mind the Mark II that much. I like it for grinding. I think people overly do complain. I feel like people actually overly complain about it, not gonna lie. I feel it got over nerfed to shit, honestly. But still good for grinding, though. Since I did suggest for speedrunning after all. Yeah, I think it's second to last event to take advantage of the classics collection, I think, here. Just to keep people aware, really. There's apparently 2 times money RP on all of the FIB files finales. Yes, as I mentioned, obviously, though, right? It's kind of just reading the headline, so that's kind of why I said again. So my bad there. getting fuck ass horny and shit, make me do things I don't mean to do per se. And yeah, the priority file is in fact a fine art file as is confirmed here, which again is the night vision one. That was in the main image on the main menu. On that like top right one, which doesn't technically align with like where they actually are on that menu, like I explained, since I swapped brute force and FIB where they actually appear on that like screen for whatever reason. But whatever. And then for Wiki Challenge, apparently if you complete any 3 of the FIB files finales, I will get you that Wiki Challenge for the $100,000 bonus. No clothing items seems though, so if you don't care for the 100k, then don't necessarily need to bother too much for it. So it's pretty much just your box standard Wiki Challenge for the 100k, no clothing tied to it or nothing. Just double passive income apparently for the garment factory right now. Which, yeah, the garment factory you need, obviously, by the way, to do those FIB files. You will need that property to have access to those anyways. And that's apparently 30% off, apparently, as well for the week. I'll get to that later, though, I think. Not necessarily too much to talk about it, though. It's only like 1 fee. You don't have any renovations for the property, even. So I kind of could talk about it, I guess, if I wanted to now, but yeah, it's obviously going to be very good for the 2 times going on right now. You don't have to do much with those, and you could probably pretty much buy the property like how much it costs by itself anyways. Since again there's no renovation, so there's no extra costs to really pay for, which is kind of nice. Which is kind of actually pretty nice, I would say. Yeah, event goes to May 21st, just the usual 1 week event, whatever, since they posted on the 15th, whatever, just to be clear. Just to be even more clear there, by the way. And yeah, I was kind of going to mention it before I even like got to that point on the little paragraph there, but yeah. maybe not actually. But yeah, it is 4 times as well if you are plus, since plus has 2 times as a benefit for that, for this one single event week, since it will stack with the regular event. Which honestly, I don't really know how that works, to be honest, for the stuff, since there's no renovations, so they don't really get to explain how it works, I feel. So I don't really know how that safe works, to be honest. It's not really the quickest safe, I would say, for making money. It only caps out at 100k, like the arcade, or it's one of the weaker safes along with the arcade, for example. I would say it's not as good as the agency. Technically, if you do a lot of like tow truck stuff or whatever you have to do for the salvage yard, when that one gets 250k, for example, though I'm not really sure what the rates are on those is when you're actually working for it, since I don't and I barely get shit for mine on the salvage yard one. So it kind of is better than that one in some ways, at least there. And it's definitely not as good as the nightclub safe. Same with the agencies, since those ones are pretty good for 250k. Since you really want to, you could just rebook DJs constantly to get to max popularity each time to get that safe going for the nightclub safe. So you make like 50 to like 100k on the nightclub safe, and that happens up to like 5 times. Hit it like 250k, of course, for the nightclub safe. And yeah, rebooking DJs is like maybe like 5, 10k or something each time. It's only a little charge, I feel, and you can get like some nice passive profit there. I think, to be clear, the agency safe, I think, is the best one, since once you do 201 security contracts, it always gets you 20k each 48 minutes. There's no micromanaging it like the nightclub one, for example. If you want more than like 1,500 each 48 minutes, which is the bare minimum, I think, which yes, I think is the bare minimum for that one. For sure. And agent sabotage career progression, apparently they're... Okay. Alright, Meriwether security livery, apparently, for the DH7 Iron Mule. Okay, it might be within 72 hours, like, for real life days, so... If you don't get it right away, of course, check back a couple days after you've done Titan job, and you should have it, hopefully. So it's one of those where you have to wait some time. It's not going to be pretty instant. Like, I think, like, weekly challenge ones can kind of be instant, for example. But yeah, as long as you do Titan job at all for the event, for the finale mission, you will get that. Plus members apparently do get 2 times on that, by the way, so it is mostly for plus members, I guess, if you want some kind of boost. But yeah, again, it gets like 800k, I think, on hard normally, which is pretty decent, I would say, which is not terrible, I feel. Since they do expect you to speedrun like an hour for tier 4, that's not necessarily too terrible for an hour of work for 800k. Which, yeah, it's not Calprico Heist like old school Kyle days, but it's decent enough, I would say. And from there, it's just day 1 of the Oscar Guzman Gutsman 5s again, back when I dropped in March. With the PC enhanced version. And then day 1 of Agent Sabotage being covered from like December there, basically. Alright, yes. But yeah, honestly, with all this FIB stuff going on, yeah, it makes sense there's not going to be any heist stuff going on, obviously, since those are kind of mini heist kind of things. Career progression, tier 4 of the latest. Not latest, actually, since there's like Oscar Guzman Guts and Fights again, of course. Or whatever. Yeah, I think it's skin, not away. Yeah, I think I actually got it right, actually, my bad. Fucking, yes, goddamn fuck SD. Yeah, what was I going to say much though? But yeah, again, not the latest one. I meant to say like one of the later ones though. With the Agent Sabotage tier 4 is definitely a good one to shoot for, since it's obviously all 2 times in general right now, which might significantly cut down on the time required on that one, which is good. Because I grinded it like pretty normally for the most part, and since I really wanted to Fireball ESP early, I grinded it like crazy, especially since I had HSW upgrade to it. And seeing how early they released the Cascade that was in the previous one, I definitely grinded it pretty early, and therefore I had to do the longer grinds. So having that, like, some of the grinding cut in half effectively is pretty good. And then, yeah, Titan job, of course, a little bit of that for delivery is obviously kind of good to shoot for the latest tier 4. I don't think any other tier 4s were suggested much yet. At least, yeah, those are my main couple suggestions, obviously. Maybe there's an adversary mode or something that obviously might be worth doing tier 4 or 4 for that if you still need adversary mode tier 4 like myself. Man, it was so much easier to feel back then before they vaulted shit like crazy though. Not gonna lie, but still. I don't like that one though. And then yeah, I'll do free mode for invite only. Yeah, nothing really need to mention here, obviously, for sure. Into story mode I go then, and then yes, goddamn fuck I steed. Oh, okay, wait. Okay, right. Yeah, I must have been grinding some of these last time. For a while, my spawn point is still here. Right. Yeah, sorry, I don't do the hanger right now, I do the... Right, I didn't have to go much, I only had to go to one to the right. Technically came out after. And also, back to the YouTube appearance. So obviously just for like heists and stuff. And bulletproof helmet, obviously, for a while I would use something like this free mode. Since the best part's only for the original heist, pretty sure for what it actually does. That's not just cosmetic, basically. Alright, so now I think I'm ready. I think last aircraft that you used, now I'm thinking about it, is the Cuban 800, so I gotta go below that if I have anything interesting there, really. Really. Going with like the trend I've kind of been doing lately, I guess, where I used different aircrafts are recently put back in my hangar that I was finally able to do with 35 slots for the hangar. For non-plus members, 35 slots instead of 20, since I have this, obviously. Since I have this, I have the extra 15 slots on the plus. For those upper 5 that take it for 36 to 40, basically. God, fuck, that's hurting you, bro. Come on. Yeah, Tula. I've had. Hunter I've had. Cargo Bob, the Annihilator, and I guess the Savage left then. Okay. So this one I'll be using the Cargo Bob, apparently. The older version of the Iron Mule, basically. The Iron Mule is just a much better version of the Cargo Bob, essentially. This one I have in crew color and something else. I'll be honest, I got kind of lazy with the colors on these, I'll be honest, since I have to buy them again after all. I just didn't feel like thinking of like in-depth colors in case like to really stupid more like a lot more of the aircrafts or something similar. In case you have to get rid of him again, of course. Of course, of course. The cargo bob. I mean, at least it doesn't have a tail rotor. At least it doesn't have like a proper tail rotor per se. That's like easy to break off, kind of. That might be a little advantage off of this one, but it really sets for Espinal class pretty much entirely. Albeit this one you can actually open like a cargo ramp, which is actually a little more enterable than the new one of the Iron Mule, ironically. And then that one might also have the like livery and countermeasure off as well. Which is apparently the same tactic you have to do, I believe, if you want like the Bombushka from back then to be able to open the cargo ramp and actually put something in the back. So having like a twin rotor, like a second main rotor, and then the cargo ramp, I think is kind of some of the most interesting stuff going on with the cargo bob. Also, they did buff the cargo bob a little bit, I think, when the Iron Mule came out as well. Now, it can't carry things as crazy as the Iron Mule, of course, but it still did get a carrying buff in the slightest, I think, when the Iron Mule, like, in the Agent of Sabotage update before the Iron Mule came out, I think, as well. To where it could slightly have improved carrying, but nowhere near what the Iron Mule does again. Again. Yes. Goddamn fucking dude. Plus promotion, of course. Yeah, regular time trial apparently here for the event here, basically to fucking what's it called though? Hold on. Yeah, because regular time trial is kind of weird compared to our Bandito and Junk Energy, how they handle it compared to when they initially did with Dangerous Mercenaries, which I think was the last time they kind of updated time trials in the slightest. But yeah, when they first introduced Dangerous Mercenaries, I think they treated it like it changed each day, where the actual time trial changed each day. Nowadays it is count weekly, but at the same time I think you get like daily 50k PAL, I think, so you can probably do it 7 times for like 350k or something like that. Like 60k possibly even, or something. For free 60k, I mean, of course not. Regular 60, but yeah. So yeah, I think you can do like 7 times or something for like 350k or something, I want to say, even though it stays the same. Fucking, but yeah, it's 14 Kudo, apparently, first one. I think the 14 Kudo one, I think, goes to like Vinewood, if I remember right, like kind of mountainy areas, kind of like those interesting mountain areas kind of at the top over here, like center of the map. So because it goes into the hills, I think lap time for sure will probably be the better one to focus on. I could be wrong though. Yeah, that one definitely could be pretty good. But yeah, pretty much best vehicle types to use, I would say, is motorcycles, supercars, if not motorcycles, and then sports cars also kind of are good, considering Banch GTS, for example, is like the best top speed, I think, of any vehicle, so sports kind of in some ways can outshadow supers sometimes. Just going to general vehicle advice, since again it's kind of a daily thing as far as I understand, so I'm not going to go too much in detail there. So really it's off the vehicle, I would say, for these, really. And handling of them and all that kind of stuff. Our Bandito time trial looks like for today of Tuesday here, and one of the usual two I've been going over lately, the Vespucci Canals here. Main downside to this particular one is one of the main ones that has to deal with like main traffic. So you actually have like actual vehicles you're going to probably have to like avoid our movement, unlike most of the RC Bandito ones, which tend to be kind of like in areas that vehicles do not drive in. So that's the downside to this one, unfortunately. Besides for that, I would say just the usual advice of like learning turns and corners, whether it be for the respawning method, for like holding triangle, of course, Y on Xbox, for the key on PC. Just learning to turn the corners naturally yourself that way. that way. Well, I've hit my microphone there with my DualSense somehow, by the way, so apologies for that. I came up there. But again, yeah, what was it called? What was the scene again? Yeah. Respawn method, of course, like I've mentioned already. Or if not that, then I'll just look up some video guide, obviously, from there. And listen to advice of a YouTuber or something. Basically. Basically. Yes, God, I'm about that, dude. Alright, and then the HSW time trial for the week here apparently is HSW Pacific Bluffs, apparently here. Fucking. The HSW Pacific Bluffs, so what is it called? Oh, yeah, well. God, I'm maybe getting confused what I'm trying to say here, basically. Especially because these shit ends for hurting everything. But yeah, this one actually goes over to El Gordo Lighthouse. I was kind of what I was trying to say here, but yeah, my bad. That says it here, something if you like cover it certain way or something, I forget. Thought it did, but whatever. Alright, yeah, like there, for example. The Oak Gordo Lighthouse goes to like there. Really, I think GPS around for the most part works pretty fine. You have those pretty early shortcuts, early huge shortcuts you can kind of do, especially for here with all that space you can kind of go through. That's kind of a time save, I would say. That is pretty much time save, I would say. There's like here where you can go to like the side. That would probably be like a little bit of a shortcut, but not as much as the beginning part, of course. I think that's the one where I kind of get to the main highway from. I think yes, that's the one where I get to the main highway. I think from like here. So I think here there's like a certain jump I kind of do to get kind of more towards the main highway earlier, or something. And I think I'd go from here, obviously, onto the main highway instead of like doing a crossover on like the other side, which would be a bit risky. I feel. And I think for the most part, it gets pretty normal from there, really. I think from there, the destination would be pretty normal, honestly, from there. And I kind of do the side route here, just in case, just in case, of course. Yeah, after that side route, it's basically pretty self-explanatory what to do, basically, from there, I would say, and basically. So that is suggested shortcuts, like routes, all that kind of stuff for this one, I would say, really. But yeah, yes. Okay, and, so for the latest HSW vehicle, it's just mostly one, but there's kind of two. I kind of mentioned already, I think, when explaining things or something. Yes, goddamn fuck ass, dude. So, I guess I can kind of explain. I don't know. I usually go over actual couple vehicles first, and then I go into the class system, right? I think so. Guess I'll do it that way then. So yeah. So the main one, really, for the newest one is the Banshee GTS from the latest Agent Sabotage DLC, of course. Which again, I mentioned, has the best top speed, I think, of any land vehicle in the game right now. Its fun fact is actually better top speed than all helicopters in the game, apparently even better than the Sparrow, which I think is a helicopter with the best top speed. And only like 10 to 13 planes or something beat it in terms of top speed, so it's kind of in like top like 15 for sure in terms of like top speed, which is absolutely insane. But yeah, fucking that's very good. Since HSW does prioritize top speed, it's pretty much the best top speed land vehicle in the game. That's also a real good option. If you're not going to go like a very good option like the HSW Hotshot Drag, for example, which is pretty much the best general HSW time trial vehicle, I would say, to use. Since it's a lot less spacious on the road, if you're careful with it, it's pretty much your best one. And then, yeah, the other new one is the HSW Firebolt ASP, like I was kind of mentioning with the Agent Sabotage Tier 4 earlier. But you can't really use it perfectly right now because the part time is actually broken on that one right now. So yeah, until they like update the game to fix that, if they ever do, which I would imagine they probably would in like a next DLC. Fucking at the time being, at least, you can't really get the 250-ish K on that vehicle, unfortunately. Just kind of just a vehicle to mess around with for like a run before you do your actual run, I guess. Guess for now. And then for the rest of them, might work similarly to HSW races, where you have Class C, Class B, Class A, Class C. Actually, ironically, it's two classes, starting with C being compacts and coupes. Only 3 vehicles altogether for Class C, basically being the one compact that bears the RA HSW, along with the 2 coupes, whatever being the HSW Sentinel XS, as well as the HSW Euros X32, 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 whatever. But yes. Yeah, I was the vehicles for Class C, and then classes, of course, as well, most importantly. Class B, you have your muscle car, SUVs, sports classics, pretty sure is in there as well, and off-road, I think eventually got put in there when off-road first got added with the Dangerous Mercenaries DLC with the release of the HSW Monstrosity. And then, of course, there's a new off-road one that doesn't work properly right now with Agent Sabotage with the Fireball ASP. The off-road, I believe, is Class B from what I've kind of looked at, according to the GTA Wiki. And then Class A has your rest of them, which is the quickest ones, which I kind of mentioned for the regular town trial, I believe, for the sports, supers, and motorcycles, basically, I think are the couple for that, essentially. I don't think I forgot a class, but if I did, then obviously, I think there would only be like one of her class, and it would also be one that was free. Likely in like likely in B, basically, if I forgot anything. But I don't think I did. There might only be 9 HSW classes, I think I mentioned. Because, for example, Sedan, doesn't have HSW yet with the Chavez V6. No Sedan with HSW yet, for example. Come on, you fuck ass hernia body and everything. Come on. But yeah, I think I kind of mentioned just about everything I wanted to mention now. But yeah, as you may notice, by the way, part-time, actually, I do have to mention that. There's no part-time in this, like, unlike the regular and RCB&D, there's no part-time that's displayed right now, I mean. Fuck ass hernia, come on. Yes, Yeah, I forgot to mention which segues into the Class C, Class B, Class A. I forgot to mention before that. But yeah. There's no part-time displayed because you have to be in an actual HSW vehicle to see a part-time. And again, I think it goes off of a Class C, Class B, Class A, or something like the HSW races probably would. So maybe there's only like 3 part-times or something, or each vehicle has an individual part-time or something like that. Something like that I think would have to be the system in a case like that, basically. Basically. And then on to one of the probably 2 junk energy time trials I usually mention lately on Tuesdays. Redwood Lights track. Apparently it's the one for this Tuesday. Now yeah, honestly for these, I haven't done them that much to speak much on these. I have not. Yeah, I've not talked about them. I mean, I've not done them much obviously since it kind of became more of a daily thing, so like a weekly thing I think. Of course, like I've kind of mentioned Sandra's Mercenaries DLC, and that's when these debuted. But yeah, you can only use the 2 inductor bikes. You can't use like BMX or other bikes, I believe. It's for like other cycles. So, as long as you go where you need to go, maximize on the cruise boost. Don't fall off the bike, obviously. Then it should be pretty easy for the most part, I feel, for this kind. If for some reason you need some help from there, just look up a video guide, I feel, from there. Just feel to be kind of more similar to RCB and Dito in terms of strats for these. Since the vehicle, like, def is pretty simple, obviously, with only like 1 to 2 vehicles as well. And yeah, I kind of might have forgot to mention, but yeah, obviously RCB and Dito, you can use RCB and Dito. Kind of meant to mention that earlier. But yeah, these again, you can use the inductor bikes, the ones with the cruise boost. You always have the option for a cruise boost. So you cannot use BMX or any of the more traditional cycles on those, as far as I've heard. Far as I've heard. Then from there it goes to pre-em race for the Sports Classics class, it looks like. So, but yeah, it's basically Sports Classics, even though it just says Classics, it's just Sports Classics class. But yeah, Sports Classics for 9th gen for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced. It basically goes... fucking lap time. But yeah. For the HSW ones, there's 2 of them for HSW for the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced. The lap time option pretty much is the Turismo Classic, basically, for the 9th gen version game, basically. And then top speed option for 9th gen for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced. For the other HSW option is the Sterling GT HSW, which recently was put back on the vehicle website, which is nice. For the Asian Sabotage DLC. Alright, hold on, I'm gonna maybe get it for a minute and do something here. Fuck that, starting you, bro. Come on. So yeah, Turismo Classic HSWs for lap time. Sterling GT HSWs, Sterling GT HSW, yes, for top speed. For those newer platforms, like I was basically saying. And yeah, for the most part, racing is off of lap time 9 times out of 10, so most likely you want to use a Turismo Classic HSW, to be fair. Just to be clear, basically. For PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced. And then for 8th gen, I used to go over lap time top speeds separately, but honestly, I kind of just go over like the rest of S tier, A tier, whatever best tier you have for like 8th gen consoles for PlayStation 4, legacy platforms basically for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, legacy. Which for sports classics, looks like HSW is the S tier, so I'll go over to A tier then. So, okay, I don't think the spreadsheet's been entirely updated with the new listings. Some of those listings you can only find on the video format, it looks like so far. So it shows the Turismo Classic on top, but that used to be the case, but I think it got dethroned by the Uranus Low Speed, Lost Speed, the one that just lately came out in Agent Sabotage, the latest sport classic vehicle that came out. That one's actually the top of A tier, I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, it looks like the regular Turismo Classic, the traditional one, obviously, on those platforms, since you will not be able to get HSW for PS4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, is below that. And then at least a Cheetah Classic is worth considering from there, perhaps. And then possibly the Ardent might be kind of worth considering at that point as well, but I'm not so sure since the spreadsheet does not account for the Uranus low speed, lot speed just yet. But I swear that definitely appeared above the Turismo Classic on the video I watched. Yeah, those are pretty much vehicles you should be using for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, for the legacy platforms of the game. But yes. To be absolutely clear, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, has PC in hands because my ring is being bitch, of course. Yeah. Turismo Classic, HSW lap time, Sterling GT HSW's top speed, and then the A tier for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy is Uranus low speed, lost speed, followed by the regular non-HSW Turismo Classic, Cheetah Classic, and then possibly the Ardent might be worth considering there as well. To be absolutely clear again. Just because, again, my hernia was being bitch and shit, I figured out to clear that up again. Now, what is lap time? What is top speed for those not as familiar with the game? Lap time is most races, pretty much, which will be turns and corners. Top speed, you want to mostly worry about in niche circumstances, where it's on like a highway, airport runways, and then airstrips, including like the newer Tongva Hill ones, possibly, for example, you might be able to, of course, have that in races now, of course, since that got introduced with the Oscar Guzman goes and flies. Again, and of course, you have your Sandy Shores and Grapeseed to a smaller extent. Dun. How do you know what the race course is going to be if I'm not going over the actual race course? Fucking. What's it called? Oh yeah. Sorry, I just keep kind of bringing advice, whatever, but yeah, you can do start job basically with square, X on Xbox, where key on PC is can be seen on the bottom right, like black rectangle here. that'll let you go into the actual race. Of course, you could do it through like the actual physical area, basically, as well as an option. From there, when it goes to the actual lobby screen, it'll tell you what the race is called, but you can also do the same thing, I believe, Square X on Xbox, where key on PC, and it'll actually let you, like, whatever it's called, fucking... yeah, from there, fucking... Yeah, do not sync key when you get an actual thing will also let you see the map of the race, so you can analyze the laptop top speed, is what I mean to say. And then also when you choose your vehicle, I think you can also see what the map looks like there as well, probably so you can analyze or remember basically off of the vehicle if you need a laptop or top speed, possibly, or something like that, even. Alright, so yeah, that should cover that and all the stuff I want to talk about there currently. Alright, so LGT, min, like, counterfeit cash, yeah. Okay. The ID business, stock and forgery, the crystal meth, whatever. Simeon vehicle, Simeon vehicle is whatever. Don't really care. Oh, it's Tour Sport, at least for a day. Tuesday or this time around, it seems to be 4 Mountain Lion and Chicken Hawk. First two should be pretty simple. Chicken Hawk, on the other hand, being a bird, probably hard to get the picture of and whatnot. And also, Chicken Hawk's probably one of the more exotic birds of the game, maybe, so it might be a hard one to find, kind of in general, compared to like seagulls or something. So probably one of the more annoying animals to even find, I would have to guess. So, I would always skip the full completion of that one, really.
Come check out the new vehicle on the podium. You can win it with just a spin on the lucky wheel.
But yes. So for the lucky wheel, I do believe this is the CR 350, I believe, from the Los Santos Juniors DLC. Which is actually a pretty iconic vehicle from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas as well, not to mention. It's a pretty iconic vehicle from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. It's a tuner subclass vehicle for this game that got introduced in Grand Theft Auto Online Los Santos Tuners DLC. Not great performance, I don't think, even for tuner subclass, but can be used for some interesting things, so can be one to look out for regardless. Alright, so I'll do at least my one wheel spin for the week. Did I win a vehicle last time? I kind of forget. I might have actually won a vehicle last time. I did a baby spin somehow by accident, my bad. Oops. Apparently here it's predetermined, apparently, like, as you spin it or something now. Like, or in a rigged kind of way. Like, it seems like it would be based on, like, how you spin it. But as far as I hear, they actually determine what it is already, even before you spin it or something. I kind of forget. But I got 25,000 chips. So, okay, I apparently hit 14 million. Or no, not 14 million. 1,425,939 chips, apparently. I always like hitting chips. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do the baby spin on purpose. I didn't mean to. Hernia or some shit probably messed me up there. But apparently here, like, I saw in, like, a Twitter post, I don't know if it's, like, 100% true. It didn't really provide proof of it. I think it was, like, GT Men or something. So, like, pretty reputable YouTuber, I think, though. So I'm kind of willing to believe it. Apparently the wheel is already determined like once you get on it or something, even before you spin it, as far as I hear. I'm not sure if that's true again, but apparently, so. Baby spins don't apparently change results as far as I've heard. Though I might be wrong. But that's what I've heard apparently recently, I think on like X Twitter. XX. Fuck Twitter, it's not Twitter anymore. But still, people probably get confused. Since it's a one-letter name after all, so I just clear it up anyways. But I'm fine calling it X personally. I don't really get the whole debacle on that. Like if a company rebrands or some shit, I don't see other people like make a big deal when other companies rebrand to a different name entirely or something. As much as they do for Twitter XX. So I never really got the hate there, really. It was just because it's Elon, I feel, that people make a big deal off of it. But yeah, there's that for soft discount for the main menu, of course. The ZR350, is that on Southern or is it on Legendary? I'm trying to remember, actually. Might actually be on Legendary, I kind of forget. Check Legendary first, I guess, just to be sure. Yeah, I accidentally went below too much there, my bad. Is being a bitch and shit. Okay, it is on Legendary, okay. I was about to say, I was like, I don't think it's on Southern Node when I'm actually on there, so. Yeah, I believe it's 7-1. I'll make sure before I go any further, I think, though. Before I delve any further, I want to be sure, though. Might have kind of read it already, and it seemed like it was ZR350, though. Yes, indeed, apparently. God, yeah, fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on. But yes. Yes, goddamn fuck ass dude. Sorry, man. Fuck, this fuck ass hurting me, a bitch. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. Goddamn fuck ass dude. Yeah, the ZR350 on a trade price apparently costs $1,211,250. But yeah, again, I said it on trade price basically. Now, the way to get the trade price for this one, I think it's like most of the tuner subclass vehicles from the initial Los Santos tuners DLC, which technically is the same way it applies for the Colonel Enterprises DLC, whatever, from summer 2022 as well, just a little further on, or a bit further on, kind of. Basically, every 5 ranks, from rank 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 45, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. 15 of 17 tuners, I think, have a trade price tied to one of those ranks, basically. So, you gotta kind of level up with the Alice Cartman reputation to get that trade price. Up to like rank 75 at some point, basically, for the ZR350 particularly. I don't know if it's a guaranteed number for each vehicle or if it's like random for each player or something or what. Yeah, something like that. Basically gets you that trade price. Otherwise, your savings is technically even more than $1,211,250, which could be kind of nice, I guess, in some ways. Some ways. Yes, the tuner subclass vehicle, ignoring the bound parts here so far. It's usable in street races, pursuit races, and robbery contracts because it's a tuner subclass vehicle. Now is it? No. No, yes, it is a... No, yes, goddamn fuck-ass dude, fuck-ass body, man, come on. Yeah, it is a tuner subclass vehicle. It's a usable street pursuit robbery contract for the street pursuit races robbery contracts. Okay, fuck you, stupid Ernie. I'm getting tired of this shit. I'm not going to bother repeating it anymore on this section here. But yes. But while it is a sports tuner, which actually does tend to be some of the better ones for street pursuit races, this one I don't think performs the greatest if I remember right, so I actually would not necessarily suggest this one for just street pursuit races. It's not going to be as good as like your Chester RR wide body, which is actually the new best option for the map time. As of the Agent Sabotage DLC, apparently that new Chester RR wide body is usable for those like tuner subclass stuff. Then you also have the regular Chester RR, that's obviously the top of the top speed, for example. And other good lap time options, I believe, are like the Sultan RS Classic, Denver Vector. Albeit I know that one has a terrible top speed, but still, lap time mostly matters for the most part, though. You have like the Calco GTF as another good option. So it kind of doesn't fit as good compared to ones like those. So honestly, not necessarily the greatest one to use for the street pursuit races. So this one might be more for like robbery contracts, especially if it has like rear louvers that go on like the back window to protect from like gunfire or something. But I mean, it is a sports tuner, so you actually could kind of use it probably for street pursuit races, to be fair. And then as long as you're patient, you can use any vehicle for robbery contracts. Yes, you can use any vehicle for robbery contracts, honestly. And then when it comes to drift races, drift races. Drift races. Yeah, drift races probably. Yeah, you don't have engine upgrades for drift races. It doesn't really matter too much on drift races. The drift races are just personal preference, really, if you want like a custom version or not, really. However, it does apparently have exclusive liveries that are available for drift tuning. That might be something interesting, even if you're not like big on drift tuning. At least there's exclusive liveries for it. But yeah, really, drift tuning doesn't allow for performance, so it's all really up to you there. And then, I didn't kind of want to go over performance on the sports class, but honestly, it's a traditional vehicle. It probably should. In case people want to know how it performs in actual main sports class, since it's... But just to be clear, it's not going to be as good as it performs in like tuner subclass stuff, since there's a lot more vehicles in the pool, obviously, of the general sports class. It has like 115 vehicles that live in the game at this point, which is insane. Yes, yes, yes. We got a ZR350. Trying to find out in this spreadsheet right now. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Just don't listen for it even need it. Alright, finally found it. Okay. Not bad, not bad. So apparently for sports class, it's at the bottom of the J tier, giving it like 90th place in uptime, which is absolutely terrible, and insane 9th place for top speed. Just 90 and 79 for the general sports class, which is a joke. But again, tuner 1 is pretty much specialized when it comes to the tuner subclass contents, especially if it's a sports car. Like none of the sports ones on Prioritize are great elsewhere if they're in the tuner subclass, since you have to balance it for that class probably as well, so it makes them not perform as good. And whatnot. So yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to mention. All there. Yes, hernia's being a bitch, so yeah, sorry it took me so long there. And plus I couldn't think of what to say and whatnot. On the gunman, okay, I'll go over those contents before I get to this car meet then. Oh, and yeah, by the way, since that deducted money, I'm down to $9 million because I bought a bunch of lock-on jammers since they had a bunch of new lock-on jammers and agent sabotage for like existing vehicles, so supposedly that was 30% off, so I decided to buy a bunch of lock-on jammers. So yeah, supposedly it was 30% off, so I bought a bunch of lock-on jammers. I feel there was a lag spike in my game. That was weird. I don't know. I think so though. Probably check my stream just in case then. Might just been an in-game lag spike somehow. I don't know. I think there was. Felt like it is, but maybe I'm wrong. Probably a good time to check on it again anyways. Just to be sure things are going fine. Stream does seem to be fine though, so good. But yes, for gunbang contents for the week here.
Hey, you're gonna want to see what I picked up this morning.
So like per usual, there is Devil Strickler. Fuck that Sonya, bro. Come on.
Trust me, you can trust that rifle.
Yeah, like per usual though, there's Devil Strickler. It's like the one that gets introduced in a new DLC with the gun van that just never leaves the gun van for some reason. Probably because it's like all like gold plated, like special kind. I'm trying to incentivize more plus subscriptions or something to get it for free, I guess, with that increased lock-on range and all that. Alright, but yeah, has a scope, which I mentioned because there's a lot of more recent assault rifles that do not come with scopes like the service carbine, and even the battle rifle, for example.
That kind of rifle speaks for itself.
Yeah, like I was saying, it has like extra 5-10 meters, I think, for lock-on range, apparently, compared to the other assault rifles. So it might be the one that locks on the furthest, even like past like the Mark II assault rifles, I mean. So it might be the one that locks on the furthest of any assault rifle in the game. That's what I've heard, anyways. And I've experimented with it, and it does seem to have like a slightly further lock-on range, which is nice.
Trust me, you can trust that rifle.
Which is especially useful for PvP, and could maybe even be useful for player versus enemy, even possibly. Has a unique blue flashlight, and then what else? If anything else, really? Oh yeah, it has tracer rounds to it, right?
Yeah, now that rifle's a modern classic.
Hell, fucking still film provider update, like a policy. What the fuck? No. Phone's blowing up with text messages, and lately I haven't actually seen them. Got like 7 text messages I need to look at, apparently. Hoping those stupid political ones, I keep still wanting to block those, you know, I keep blocking them. I always get like 1 a week, I feel. Those stupid political text messages and shit. You know, election was like so long ago.
Trust me, you can trust that rifle.
But yeah. It says tracer rounds, like I was saying no before I got distracted or whatever. Now, unlike the Mark II tracers, you do actually have 9999 on the ammo, so you actually have the maximum ammo for like tracer rounds, which is cool. Because Mark II ones apparently only have like a couple few hundred rounds, like 300, 400 or so. So.
Yeah, now that rifle's a modern classic.
Fuck ass, aren't you, bro? Fuck you. But yes,
that kind of rifle speaks for itself.
But yeah, has the normal amount of ammo, which is nice for tracers. And also, apparently Mark II ones only activate like every 3rd shot, which makes it even more of a waste for those tracer rounds compared to the one on this weapon.
Trust me.
So this one has a tracer every single shot compared to every 3 shots like Mark II's apparently, which is good. And from what I've heard from like Gilly Master, I think on YouTube, pretty reputable combat YouTuber basically for the game.
Yeah, now that rifle's a modern classic.
Anything else here, really?
That kind of rifle speaks for itself.
But yeah. I don't know, I think I mentioned all the advantages compared to the Mark II Tracer ones. I think I'm pretty much done talking about the weapon, actually. We have stun gun.
FYI, some of these items go on.
That's the obvious use for the Boundar Bounties DLC. I could see that tier 2, like livery thing, by the way. So it's actually useful for the contents here, for $1 bounties, which is useful, of course, for the stun gun. But also, another extremely useful use for the stun gun involves the tier 4 survivals. I've had massive success solo with the stun gun in the survivals, actually, believe it or not. I did these 2 challenges both in one run of nuclear silo survival. Yes, I did the 10 waves solo, obviously, because I had to do that solo, and I also did wave 16 playing endless waves. Yes, you heard that right, solo as well. Huge part of that was with the stun gun. Being on a nuclear silo map, there's like certain corridor, like door sections in like the area, like some orange doors or something I think you can go into. I was kind of like staying in there for like 6 to 8 hours or something crazy one day. Fucking made all the enemies, juggernauts, everything go to me. Of course, I traditionally killed like the regular enemies, but with the juggernauts, I would obviously stun gun them so they can't do anything. And yeah, the reason it has to be a nuclear silo map for my strategy is because obviously you don't get helicopters on it being an interior, so that's a lot less of a headache to deal with then, since you would only then just have juggernauts basically. But I would use like the stun gun, and at the time I was using like and at the time I did it, I was using like the service carbine basically.
What's got your eye?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else much I want to mention here really. Alright, cocaine, whatever.
You know the deal. That's black market.
Oh, and right, gotta look at the discounts. I'm just kind of willy-nilly just saying everything right now. My bad. I just wasn't expecting to find a gun van, to be honest. To be honest. Alright, stun gun, nothing's actually going on for that, actually, so that's fine. I mentioned that, apparently, nothing actually going on that one.
Criminal record? Not an issue. In fact, I prefer it that way.
Damn, a lot of good stuff going on actually at the gun van. So I'll talk next about the knuckle duster actually next. Believe it or not. Since he ever stuff off something going on with them basically from there. But yes. But yeah, knuckle duster, melee weapon here, actually has a lot of customizations to it for different like looks, which is pretty cool. Makes it one of the more unique melee weapons of the game, I would say. Not counting like the stone hatchet and the shocker, which are true the most unique melee weapons, I would say. Beneath that, it's one of the more unique melee weapons, I would say. You can also use it underwater, I believe.
You're a discerning customer, I can tell.
You can probably also use it underwater, I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, so that's cool. And then aside for that, nothing much to mention, really. Besides for that, yeah, nothing really much to mention, besides for the fact that it does appear in, like, 3D Universe games as well, kind of technically speaking, which is cool, of course.
No tax, no paperwork, no bullshit.
And then since everyone else has something going on with it, I'll go on to precision rifle next. Which is 30% off in general. It doesn't matter if you're plus or nothing, it's
Now that is a precision instrument.
Doing a bit of long range work, are we?
God damn it, you fuck ass hernia, bro. Yes, indeed, yes, DDD, yes, DDD, yes, God, fuck us, dude. Yeah, sorry about that, I forgot to mention, if I meant to mention, yeah, I got the battery wearing my dual sense, since it dies so quick nowadays. Probably because my hernia got me fucking suffering so bad, I forgot to, like, unplug the fucking dual sense and shit, or something one time, so it dies super quick, or something, I don't know, even. Or just over time, it just deteriorates just naturally, I don't fucking even know, really.
Is a precision instrument.
But yes. We have precision rifle. It's a general 30% off discount apparently for the event. Now this actually having a gun locker apparently, and that's because if you have one weapon type that has like a certain ammo, if you have one weapon that has like a certain ammo and like other weapons share it, and let's say you have like the ammo maxed out, for example, which I do. Basically, every time I go into a separate lobby, every other like weapon that shares traditional sniper ammo in the game will basically get a refill each time, apparently. Now I don't know why it works that way, but apparently it does.
All my snipers come pre-calibrated.
So because I have this in the gun locker, my regular sniper rifle actually gets ammo each time I go into a lobby, which is pretty cool. Like you'll max out on ammo each time I'm in another lobby, basically, without having to actually buy ammo, which is cool. Now I wouldn't normally like justify doing that, but because there's ammo glitches in the game where the ammo just randomly gets taken away, that's why I do take advantage of something like that, just to be clear, basically. Alright, and then apparently the heavy rifle is apparently on discount right now as well. This one's 40% off, but you do need to be a plus member, otherwise it will be a traditional weapon.
You can trust that rifle.
The heavy rifle is the one assault rifle apparently on offer for the gun van right now, apparently. Now this one I think was the last one with a scope before the L Strickler came out, ironically, so it actually does have that going for it, at least.
You didn't see me.
At least. Because again, this doesn't have a scope and this doesn't have a scope. So heavy rifle technically is the latest one if it comes to the... Or not if it comes, but... When it comes to the PlayStation 4, it's possible on PC Legacy for the Legacy platforms. This is actually the latest weapon addition in the game for assault rifle class. It actually has access to a scope, which actually makes it kind of significant for those platforms, since the L Strickler is only for PlayStation 5, I suppose there's Xbox PC enhanced. But really, it has like delivery on it, which makes it kind of cool for a family's delivery. But yeah, sadly, honestly, I've heard people not like the weapon too much, and it's because of the fire rate, apparently. Now, in-game stats can kind of be a lie, as far as I've heard, so it might not be as good as it makes it look like for fire rate. But essentially, people would probably just rather go for the service carbine for the much more insane fire rate, like the stat suggests. Or, of course, nowadays you have the L Strickler with the 5-10 meter lock range, so there's that. But again, it's the latest assault rifle in the game with a scope on the legacy platform, so there is that going for it for a combat perspective at least, so that's cool. That's cool, that's cool. So if you are on those platforms, at least it's definitely good for the scope.
No one followed you, right?
If you don't want to use like a Mark II weapon for some reason, if you have like special ammo and like a lot less ammo to use because of that.
That one's brand new. Just hit the market.
And from there you have the homing launcher apparently next. Which is apparently free as well, by the way, if you get it for the gun van, at least it's free. I don't assume you get it for free ammunition or something. I assume you would have to go to the gun van, but I'm not really 100%. But yeah, free homing launcher. Homing launcher is super useful. Be able to lock onto air vehicles and all other kinds of vehicles, aside from ones like lock-on chambers and stuff, like I kind of mentioned with the Sabotage B6. Be a very good weapon to have. So it's nice that's free. And then the grenade launcher.
That right there is a signature
The
style.
rotational grenade launcher kind of thing here. That was in like GTA 6 trailer 2, for example. Yeah, that is a free weapon as well, in addition to the homing launcher. Now, I think they gave the compact one for free like a week or a couple weeks ago. I think it was the last event, actually.
Like
With the data leaked out of that leaks. On 2 times. But yeah, now the other one is on a free sale basically at the gun van. Now this one in some cases is better to use in the compact. Like for example, when you cover with it, apparently it actually shoots really quick. And also just, it reloads and stuff as well. Compact, I think you have to use like one at a time, so you can't like spam it like crazy. I think like the one with like the ammo count here with the regular grenade launcher. So because this one has an ammo count, you can kind of shoot a lot quicker, which is nice in cover. Which does have its uses for tier 4 challenges, for example, which yes does have uses for tier 4 challenges, no doubt.
You want a signature style? That right there is a
That's cool.
signature style.
That's cool. Now, yeah, something else to do, by the way, with this and with the other one, which I kind of mentioned the last time.
Do it once, do it right.
Again, it's a gun locker trick with the precision rifle. Whatever one you're not using for grenade launcher, just put the other one in the gun locker. Whatever one you're not using, just put in the gun locker. And again, every time you go to another lobby, the other one reloads with its full ammo each time you're in like another lobby or something. So you have that full ammo when you put in the gun locker, seemingly, for how that, I think, works. And again, I only advocate for it because they have ammo glitches in the game that remove the ammo randomly or something, so that's the only reason I advocate for that. Yeah, that makes it a lot more usable in the game, which is nice.
You got any ID?
And then for throwables. Throwables are 30% off right now, apparently, as well. Which might be kind of a usual thing they're doing lately.
Primers included.
We have proximity mines. This means just to go up on proximity. Released during the First Surprise 2014 DLC. Be a very useful weapon to have, of course. It's a very good anti-grief weapon for the proximity mines. If you have like a Mark II that's dumb enough to ride on the ground chasing after you or something. Or of course any land vehicle grieving you or something, of course it could be useful for that too, technically, if you're doing like a business sale, let's say, or something. So it does have its uses, technically speaking. Tear gas is good for room clearing, basically, so those are good in certain cases, of course. And then grenades are the basic explosive. All 3 of these are 30% off, by the way. And then,
I got discounts on today.
yeah, body armor is also 30% off apparently as well. And that does it for the gun van.
Alright, find me again soon.
Alright, so over to the LS car meet next, basically. Oh, cool, that's still destroyed from earlier, awesome. Wait, is this smoking somehow? What? I don't know why this would be smoking. If it is, I don't know. Yeah, when did this get damaged? What the fuck? I don't remember up and atomizing it by accident or anything, unless the fences hit it somehow or something and damaged it hell hard. I don't remember this getting damaged, like what the fuck? But whatever. I really don't remember anything happening to this. So be it. So be it. But yes. Yeah, there's the Sabotage Rapid GT. Might look to be the Cabrio version. The Massacro and then the earlier. These first two you can actually get in story mode if you wanted to try them out first before you buy them, I'm pretty sure, obviously, since this one should be day one and then this one's an early 2014 DLC vehicle for like business or high life update windows too. This one's financed bounty, I believe, which is mid 2016, which by that point everything just went online for vehicle releases at that point, unfortunately. So that one you will need to buy here to have any experience with it, without like modding, of course, yes, that's God, I'm fucking dude, fucking turning, right? Come on. Yes, SSD. Yeah, this one isn't on non-exclusive vehicle, just to be clear, by the way. Not earlier. So already, that's kind of one most worth it while to get here, quite frankly, if any of these. They haven't been having them on discount, I think, lately for these vehicles, though, so just keep that in mind, though. So you're probably not going to get a deal on them, unfortunately. All of them are sports cars, apparently, okay. Alright, yeah, none of those are on discount. There's apparently only one sports car on discount for the event, but it's not any of these ones, in fact. The Rapid GT, I don't presume this one performs all that great, not on discount, so I'm not going to go over exact performance numbers, by the way. Might as well just use it in store mode, honestly. The regular Massacro, apparently, here. Yeah, this one I would probably expect maybe be better performance than Rapid GT at least, just because it came out later on, but that's not always the case, just keep that in mind, but yeah. Either way, it's not going to be top 10 surely nowadays, surely, so Like, I don't want to say they're below average for the class 100%, because I wouldn't know, since there's 115 of them, which is a lot of them. So I wouldn't want to say for sure they're in, like, the 60s or something for, like, their lap times and top speeds, because I don't know that, but, yeah. I'm not going to look into it, since they're not on discount, though. But again, might as well just get it in story mode, I feel, at this point. It would be kind of a waste of it online, like, vehicles still out anyways. And then the earlier number sports car. I don't remember this one being like top 10 or anything anywhere much, really. Honestly. Probably past the point where you should be using that or something for sure at this point as well. At least that one isn't online exclusive, so at least not going for that one. It's so easily the most worthwhile one to get is the earlier, in my opinion. But yeah, going to remove vehicles dates section of the spreadsheet from Profi 1322 Racing YouTuber. So it would be pretty accurate. So see like how many times they've been on the dealership since being vaulted. Los Angeles Mercenaries DLC. Yeah, Rapid GT Cabrio has apparently been available 6 times apparently on different dealerships since being vaulted on the vehicle website. 6 times in like the last year and a half-ish, almost 2 years or so at this point. Sakura has been available the most, apparently one of the most of any of the vehicles, apparently that will feature for the dealerships of 8 times for this particular week. So it's had 8 appearances at dealerships since it's been vaulted. Then the earlier has appeared 7 times apparently since being vaulted apparently. Yeah, appeared 7 times at different dealerships and stuff since being vaulted. And off the vehicle websites, basically. We had hiring Everon apparently here. Let's be the vehicle apparently for the prize ride. And yeah, I'm pretty much done here. None of them are on discount or one of our demo appearances I've had on dealerships. I think I'm done with those. Alright, so challenge for the hiring Everon, whatever. You have to place top 3 for 4 days in a row, so should have been doing this like Sunday, I would say, probably. Maybe Monday if you were to be willing to do it like last moment on Thursday. At least certain time zones let you do that. I'm not sure about all time zones, if that's allowed in all of the time zones, really. Depending on like how the tune wants to change, like throughout the world or whatever. So I would say probably should be going first no later than Sunday or Monday if you had any interest, really. Top 3, right? Yes. Okay, so the only things I know that for sure count would be the street race pursuit races. Now pursuit races are 4 players, so that's a little bit of an issue since it's not guaranteed entry. You would have only 75% chance. Not saying it's a bad thing, of course, that's how it is, but I'm just saying it's not as ideal as the other one that I'll go over, which is pretty much always the most ideal, really, to be fair, but yeah. 75% chance if you go this route, assuming you have the bare minimum of 4 players, of course. And then street races are 2 players, so if you do 2-player and 3-player street races, it's essentially a guaranteed entry for the challenge, which is nice. And then, yeah, after that, I wouldn't know if the recipes even count, quite frankly. I've done on solo, so I know solo they don't, but otherwise they might. They might. But I know solo, like, drag races don't count, but I'm not sure if you play with other players if they do or not. And then same thing with drift races, which apparently are 2 times money RP right now. Yeah, those, I'm not sure if those count. If you play with multiple players, I know solo, they won't count for challenge solo, but if you do it with other players, it might. I'm not really sure though. Not really sure though, no doubt. So I'd probably just focus on street pursuit races just to be absolutely sure. Yeah, I should be in Stubborn, I believe, for that one, for the hiring ever on. But yeah, it's a hot ring vehicle, so it is actually kind of useful to have, so it might actually be one worth shooting for. Might actually legit be one worth shooting for, not gonna lie. Alright, I went too far, so I'm not even gonna acknowledge that, but still. To be fair, I did say there was just one sports car. I think that was on a discount, so I already kind of hinted at it, but yeah, I didn't mean to go down that far, obviously. But yes. I do believe this vehicle has a trade price. I could be wrong, but yeah. It might have a trade price tied to hot ring races, and the problem with that is they don't really keep the hot ring races that much anymore, I believe. I think they bolted them for the most part nowadays for the Rockstar created ones. And I don't really think they count the user created ones, if I were to take a guess, unfortunately. But yes. Yes. So yeah, this vehicle here, it's mostly for the hot ring races, I would say, for the most part. In terms of actual sports class races, it's probably not going to be the greatest. Given the regular Everon is known to be an off-road vehicle. It's not like the traditional one is known to be the quickest thing in the world, after all. Yes, I know all hot rings are sports cars, but yeah, it's based off of an off. It is, yes, based off of an off-road vehicle. So just keep that in mind. That might be telling of what the performance might be. But yeah, for the actual sports car performance, for those curious about that, according to Roughly 152 Racing YouTuber's spreadsheet, this one is apparently it's apparently in the J tier, which I think I already mentioned that for the ZR350. So there's actually a couple placements above the ZR350, which is the one for the Lucky Wheel, ironically. Instead of being like 90th place, it's like 88th place, for example, for the lap time. It is 22nd place, however, on top speed, which is a lot better than the ZR350 in comparison, though. So yeah, I believe it does have the best top speed of any of the hot ring vehicles, whereas it's the worst one, I believe, for lap time. Basically, it's not having that much worse apparently in terms of the lap time either. So it is effectively the best one apparently for the hot ring races, since there's that little difference in terms of the lap time between the three hot rings. It is actually considered to be the best hot ring, I believe. And also, from what I heard, the Rockstar created hot ring races are actually better for top speed than lap time, so it's actually better to have top speed for hot ring races. Fuck Astonia, bro. Come on, come on. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. Yes, fuck dude. Yeah, apparently are actually better off of top speed for hot ring races, at least for Rockstar Crit, from what I've heard. So it's actually one of the rare circumstances where I actually want top speed over lap time, from what I've heard. Like with something like a helicopter or a plane, obviously, I would want top speed over lap time most times. At least in free mood. Not like air races, obviously, which most people probably don't do anyways. But yes. Fucking. But yeah, I do believe this has a trade price, like I was kind of saying earlier. Surely something top dot hot ring races, surely if it is something with a trade price. But yeah, might not be the most attainable trade price right now, given they don't keep hot rings in the game that much, if I remember right. So you'll save at least $1,342,500, possibly even more if you don't have a trade price, if it does have a trade price, which I think it does. It's pretty good savings on that, and it's not even that bad of a vehicle. It's actually pretty decent of a vehicle, I would say, that they're putting on offer for the price at this time, given you could use it for hot ring races. So I think it would be one to shoot for just for those hot ring races if you care about those. And then you actually have the best HSW vehicle, I would say, in the game here as the premium test ride, which is cool. HSW Octa Drag, I kind of mentioned it when I was on the HSW Time Trials section. But yeah, as long as you're not crashing with it, since it's much less spacious on the road, like it takes a lot of space on the road, obviously, over an actual car, being the only motorcycle HSW in the game, puts it in a very good spot. Puts it in like the best spot it could be in, basically, as the HSW vehicle, really. It's easily the best one if you use it correctly as a HSW vehicle in the game currently. And then yeah, every single HSW vehicle is on the website, by the way. Now, we'll say the Sterling GT is not on the vehicle website. I kind of addressed it already. It kind of got brought back as the Agent Sabotage. And it hasn't been updated here for some reason to suggest that's back on there. Because it was that time vaulted in the game, of course, from Dangerous Mercenaries and Total Agent Sabotage, where they brought back with that lock-on jammer. Yeah. Going back to my somehow smoky car bob that I don't even remember damaging whatsoever. I don't think it hit any part of the casino or like, where it was at with the gun van. Unless somehow the fence or something blew with the up and atomizer hit it or something. But like, I don't think that should have caused that much damage or anything. So like, I really don't know what went on there. Except I flew by into the gun van at this one. I don't think I hit like a thing much. I don't think I landed next to pole and someone could see something or anything. I landed, but whatever. Whatever. Well, export vehicle or some other thing. Alright, that's the export vehicle. Okay. Might go for that, of course, later. Not to go in the interior, so I think it could probably wait for a while if I want. Yeah, plus promotion, whatever. Simeon, I'll go to you later, fool. Acts like another bar reference, just because I don't play with missions, fool. Oh, Stash House here. Okay, I'll do that then. I'll do that right now then. Or I gotta get my cargo out fixed up apparently. Since somehow I took damage, I don't even remember taking damage again, but whatever. I literally don't remember getting damaged. Again, the only thing I can think is maybe the fence from like the up and atomizer hit it, but that's about all I can think would have caused anything. Cause like I don't remember landing it right on the pole or anything or hitting anything. So like I really don't know what went on there.
Look, I've got like
Morse Mutual, how can I be of service? I think we can handle that.
Maybe Rockstar flipped some switch or something where it just damaged itself, so you have to use a new one and it's more expensive. Or actually, it's actually less expensive so far as I've heard what the trade price actually do, but yeah. I don't know. I really don't know what happened though, but yeah, I was obviously joking that maybe they flipped some like switch and it automatically damaged itself or something, I don't know. Huh. But nah, I was kidding around though. But again, I don't remember damaging it, I swear. So I don't know how it got smoking up like that. Cause I swear I don't remember it being damaged one time I was even using it. Again, only thing I can think of was the fence with up and atomizer. That would have been all I could think of. Cause I swear I didn't go right into the pole or nothing. I swear I didn't. But maybe I did somehow, but I don't even remember that happening in the gameplay. But it's archived, so it's there. It's there. Alright, the cost of 70,500, 1,500, basically, it was basically along the Castigator. Which I think I actually kind of mentioned this one, comparing to the Agent Sabotage scores with Tier 4, having them both as like rewards, whatever for that, and then the Fireball ESP, of course, is Tier 4 rewards. Yeah, the cost of 78,500, 1,500, whatever, off-road. I think it's an off-road vehicle in this one, if I remember right. But if I do remember right. Yeah, looks like it's not on discount for e-reviews too, so keep that in mind. But yeah, when it first introduced, it wasn't anything crazy. When it first introduced, yes, indeed, it didn't. It's nothing too crazy, really. But it's nothing too crazy when it first introduced. Fireball ASP is another like off-roady truck though. Though actually, yeah, I would kind of say they're both kind of muscle car based, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. But Fireball ASP is kind of just better, like muscle car like truck really, or whatever. Really, I don't think it's going to be that great. Against Cascader, on the other hand, I think it's like the best non-HSW option. Plus, it might actually have better lap time than one of the HSW SVs as well, since, again, HSW prioritizes top speed doesn't always guarantee a great lap time, like with something like TMT being like 20th place lap time, for example. I think the Izzy Rally, for example, actually would be worst lap time a little bit compared to even the Cascader. Sven is really good for the lap time it has, actually. Yeah, it's actually better than one HSW vehicle if I remember right, which is actually kind of insane for its lap time it has. So that's pretty good. But again, not on discount, unfortunately, so I'm not going to go too much in detail more. Guess I can go over the website listings, I guess, kind of in this, I just show them on the website. Not straight go over them there per se, but yes. Probably still go for extra vehicle later, honestly, since again I don't actually go inside a full-on interior yet, at least, so... Oh wait, there was a stash house. I was going to do the stash house, but I got distracted, right? I was going to do that before. But sure, let me do this, then do the stash house, I guess. I'm using Car Kebab right now, so I might as well pick it up, I guess. Two. See if I can analyze what it is before I actually get in it as well. Near the end. So we have to do that even and not just purely do it with the Car Kebab, which I assume I do since it's in that one dock here that has an order, I think it's the Albany Alpha, actually, it looks like to me. Albany Alpha, very early DLC vehicle. You could literally get in story mode if you want. Retro nostalgic vehicle in San Andreas. If it's the Alpha, in fact, is an interesting vehicle, I guess then. I guess then. Oh yeah, that was Albany Alpha. Okay, that's alright. Tell us if we need to over it. I kind of forgot to go in that actually. Probably because of this stupid fuck ass Sony, I forgot to do that. Honestly, so let's go. All right, $9,519,685. Let's see. And now to hopefully do the stash house, because again, I kind of forgot to do that before luxury autos, but actually good I did that because there was an export vehicle, and I would have been in an interior and probably would have despawned the vehicle or something. I don't know. Sometimes I go in interiors, it still seem to be there to me, but other times I don't think that's the case. Another export vehicle? Maybe? Really? Come on, I was about to... fine, but just because I'm in the cargo bottle, I'll do it. I think it's probably got one in the parking lot there, see here already. See if I know what this one is even. Might be a Master Labs though, maybe. Okay, got about a spoiler kind of, it seems. Yeah, I think it's a Master Lab though, I want to say. Which is a pretty unique manufacturer. There might be like 2 Maxwell vehicles at most at FIB. And that's kind of it, I think, if I remember right. Kind of want to go in it to see the manufacturer on it, because yeah, I think it's kind of a rare manufacturer on the vehicle. Again, sorry for like some lowness here or something, but yeah. Obviously I'm using Carglot to be different with the vehicles I'm using right now. Well, I still have reason to, basically, honestly, with the newer edition of the Mackenzie Field hangar and the extra 15 like aircraft slots allowed me to get some things I used to have in my hangar back, of course, that I had to unfortunately get rid of before. So obviously I'm showing off different aircraft because of that for the time being, or at least a couple more events after this as well, I think. Oh yes, Max Wise, but okay. I saw when I saw the appearance of it. Again, not many Maxwell vehicles, so it's pretty interesting. That's a pretty interesting one to see as well. Like how Alpha, for example, appears in San Andreas. So there's some interesting aspects to the two vehicles I've picked up so far. At least. Alright, sure, I'm perking that one, so I'm laying it down. Or, you know, I like neatness, I'm gonna do it, actually. It's kind of being if I was gonna do it or not when I was lying down initially. There. Nah, that's much better. There.
Holy Christ! No way out now!
You got no way out,
You're
bitch.
going nowhere! You got nowhere to go! Die!
Look out, brother!
We lost one, dog! Hammer us down! He's hurt!
fucking die! You shit thing!
Brothers! Find cover!
Alright. 5291, okay. Actually, getting pretty good on the analogs. The time until there, of course. Damn it. Got kind of lucky there. For those first two, I guess. But yeah, probably bunker if I get anything. If not, then all businesses have already been done, probably, since I've been getting bunker the last, like, few times, I think. Fucking turn you, bro. Come on. SSD. Exactly what I said earlier. That's repeated. Oh, okay. I actually have all the businesses, it looks like, okay. For both being built out, okay. Just this time that happened, it looks like. So it looks like. So I should probably just start selling those then, Maybe I'll set them off stream or something, I forget what I do usually. Between winter update and a summer update, since that time's longer than like summer to winter. For updates usually, fortunately, oh, I guess. So now I can true those Simeons, basically. Man, fuck, I started to come on. Yes, dude, dude. Right now, Stinger, Stafford, Hot Rod Blazer, and the Lynx, okay. Alright, that's a non-exclusive. This one technically actually is a non-exclusive, even though it's a day one on vehicle. It was not in the story mode. Stafford is a non-exclusive. Hot Rod Blazer is actually probably only, yeah, that's the only story mode and on one actually there. And then Lynx is on exclusive, yeah. So 4 out of 5 of these are actually on exclusives. Hot Rod Blazer might depend on the ending you choose for single player, but regardless, you can still get it there at least. Trying to see if any of these are on discount. I assume not, since the other showroom is not at this point. There's Sports Classic on discount, not this one though. Or that one I think is also actually a Sports Classics. Is this a sedan or... Yeah, I think it's sedan actually on that, definitely. Looks like there's only a couple sedans, including the one on the menu, and then another one still, but not the Stafford. This will be off-road, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, that's not on discount. Yeah, that's a sports, and that's not the sport car discount. So all these should not be on discount, looks like, so might be going for these kind of quick. So yeah, Vapid Retinue, I think the initial one released in what, Smugglers Run, I think? Actually, for aircraft focused update was when the cars actually released that update, I think. But yeah, there's Retinue Mark II, which is basically just a much better version. And is a very similar vehicle, so honestly probably not going to recommend that at all. The Stinger, again, it's a day one vehicle, it's another Sports Classics. Retinue Mark II is actually pretty top tier Sports Classics, I think, so you have to Retinue's not, the Stinger sure shit is not either, pretty sure. Stafford, you can actually get this on career progression, like no matter what, on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC, and Enhanced, pretty sure. So it's more here for the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC legacy players for the legacy platforms that cannot get it permanently. But yeah, it's vaulted technically on the website, but yeah, again, it's for after hours tier 4, I'm pretty sure it's available for. If you're on a newer platform though, so it's not technically need to go to dealership for it on the newer platforms at least. Hot Rod Blazer. Again, this one's also in story mode. Yeah, since you can get this for free on newer platforms, not gonna recommend it there. Yes, yes. God damn it, stupid hernia. Bro, damn it. Yeah, fuck yeah. Yes, D, yes, D, yes, D, yes, goddamn fuck yes, D. But yeah. And yeah, I don't assume the Stafford performs that well. I definitely do not assume that performs all that good, and so you're getting it more for the retro nostalgic stakes, I would say, from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. If you remember from that game, that's the vehicle you had to export for exports and imports, whatever. By the way, on that one, Hot Rod Blazer. Blazers might not exactly be the quickest, unfortunately. If you're getting one Blazer at all for online, it's probably the, like, Blazer Aqua, for example, with the guns on it, and also has, like, the VIP work. That's easily the most worthwhile Blazer of the game, I would say. And yeah, you might as well just use this one story mode, like I was pretty much saying. Not necessarily, it's just selling not much. And this one I remember people in. And yeah, this one I remember people complaining about, like, the price of this one when it first came out. So people were saying, like, basically the price to performance ratio is just not worth it on this one, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't really think any of these are really performance vehicles, unfortunately. Which is probably why a lot of them are vaulted, unfortunately. Since Rockstar went down that route instead of, like, improving the websites in a way that actually improved them and didn't just make it worse or something. With some of the filters they have, it actually makes some of the sorting arguably worse than what they had on day one. And, like, for a while before they did the change, even. But yes. Yes. So I'll go over the amount of times they're, like, vaulted and stuff, or not vaulted, whatever, but the amount of times they've been on, like, the dealerships since being vaulted is what I meant, obviously, like I was saying earlier, though. So starting off the retinue, apparently. That's the other vehicle that's been available 6 times on dealership for the current event, along with the Rapid GT Cabrio from earlier, the car meet. So it's been available 6 times in the last, like, year and a half, 2 years, whatever, since it's been removed from the website. Sandra's Mercenaries DLC. Regular Stinger. 7 times paying for that one, just like the from earlier, and that was car meet. So it's been available 7 times on different dealerships since being vaulted. Sandra's Mercenaries DLC. Stafford apparently has been available 8 times on dealership stuff, just like the Masakro over in the car meet. So it has the most availability of any of the vehicles on the dealerships for how many times it's been on the dealerships for the current event week. However, again, I believe on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC Enhanced is not technically vaulted if you are willing to do the tier 4 of After Hours. In that case, you get it for free for all the tasks you have to do as well to get it. Yeah, it is tier 4 of After Hours. Albeit this one is pretty grindy, probably for those 25 celebrity appearances, so... Yeah, I honestly don't know if it's not good of a method. And one award also requires to get, like, 100 players in, like, your nightclub, which I'm still not entirely gone for that just yet. They'll just invite a bunch of randoms, I'm sure, and he'll eventually get it. If you just keep session hopping, even if it takes a long while to do. So I'm not worried about that one. I'm just worried about the celebrity appearance, how long that one will be. But again, that will just eventually happen, I'm sure. But Hot Rod Blazer, whatever. That one's probably only been available 5 times between any of the vehicles on the dealership in the last like year and a half, 2 years, like Sandra's Mercenaries. Which means it actually has the least appearances, apparently, of any of the ones for the current event week on the different dealerships that don't appear on the websites currently. Then the Ocelot Lynx, just like the Verlier and the Stingers, apparently appeared 7 times, apparently, on dealerships that's since been vaulted. Sandra's Mercenaries DLC. So that's the breakdown of how many appearances each one has had. Since being removed on the vehicle website. For how, like, frequent they are, or whatever. Alright, so that pretty much does it for dealerships, it looks like. Also, got pushed to do the stash house earlier, so I already got to go over FIB priority valves since it was relevant for the current event, so things are actually looking pretty quick on this one, actually, kind of. Which is nice, albeit last one kind of makes sense, it wasn't that quick for that one, since that one had, like, the... What's it called again? The community jobs, or whatever. That one had, like, those community job things, whatever, for what I ended up doing there for last stream to be a longer one. But in terms of priority files, I think I mentioned pretty much anything I would have wanted to mention there. Oh, and as a reminder, actually, I did think of something to mention there, just briefly. I didn't explain how the challenges work in terms of payout and stuff, but yeah. I think each one's like 10k basically separate, so you can only do up to like 2 separate before you get like the whole thing. So like 10, 20k, I would think, unless you get like 30k in that case, I'm not sure. I would think it's just 10k for each individual one now. And then if you get the whole thing, you get like 50k, I think. And that's in addition to the payout that's listed on like the actual screen before you like actually like do it. So for example, I think they said they usually go up to like something like 150k or something usually, or whatever. Like on a normal amount of money, and you have to account for that 20k, but then also account for like the 50k. So you might actually very much make like $1 million, 1.1 million an hour or something. You might be able to make like Caprica Heist amounts of money actually from back then, back when Caprica Heist was actually pretty good. Before it got nerfed all the shit and everything. So this actually would be a very good money-making event for those, like I said. I did underestimate it a little bit, which is just basically what I'm saying, but still. I knew it was always good, of course, for these FIB things. I just didn't count for that extra like 50k you can get, so apologies for that. But aside for that, I think I pretty much mentioned everything in terms of challenges, everything I wanted to mention. Basically. To be absolutely clear though. Fan did a good job explaining it all enough earlier, so I don't think I'll mention anything more on those though. Those though. As a reminder on the weekly challenge, that was just clean 3 of those FIB fouls. Yes, indeed.
I'm just saying, I don't want to end up peeing in my coffee cup again.
But yes. But yeah, again, as a reminder, is double on the passive income for Garment Factory. Again, I don't know how that would work though, since there's no real way of telling, since there's no renovations to buy for the property and stuff available. Like, I won't necessarily assume you get increased amount off the files when you do those or anything, like you kind of do for the salvage yard and like the towing things. It might just be some flat rate or something, whatever that is, like 2 times on that. And again, it caps out at 100,000 at a time for your safe, essentially. And again, it's 4 times for plus, which is pretty insane on the passive income for the garment. That can maybe something like 10k each 48 minutes or something, I don't really know. But it could be kind of insane. But probably still not necessarily as good as the very good $250,000 safe caps, of course, like I mentioned earlier, for nightclub and agency, especially primarily. And that also is a theme for tier 4, I think, capping to have like 100k or something, so definitely a good event for that, obviously. In addition to making money, obviously, for the like stuff on 2 times, obviously. For the FIB files, obviously. And yeah, I'm not going to do Titan job for delivery on stream. I'll do it off stream. Yeah, fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on. SSSD, SSS, goddamn fuck ass dude. Yeah, I'll do that off stream, basically. I'm not gonna go for delivery on stream since it's not 2 times for the thing going on, obviously, for delivery. Unless you're plus, of course, then it is, of course. In that case, that case. Yeah, drift races, I didn't talk too much on those yet, so I guess I will talk on drift races, I guess. Guess. Yeah, drift races, I think there were 7, but I think when, well, like, the drift feed for Agent Sabotage, they had 3 more, so I think there's 10 maps now for these. The 3 new maps, I think, are all in a row. I forget if I remember where it started, though. Might have been the bottom B one and then the 2 G ones, I kind of forget. I think so. I think those would have been the 3 new maps. Yeah, drift race, they hold it down. Hyphen hold it down, I guess, for Great Chaparral. Drift race, hyphen, whatever, beach slap. The Paro. Drift race, hyphen, buckle down for Galileo Observatory. Drift race, hyphen, games all here. That is for Davis. Drift race hyphen go with the flow. It's for Polito Bay. Drift race hyphen highway code is for La Mesa. La Mesa, whatever. Drift race hyphen let fly is Los Santos International Airport. Looks like. And then drift race hyphen smoke and mirrors looks to be Premier Park. Drift race hyphen textile city limits Vision Square apparently, and then last but not least drift race hyphen wide berth terminal. So those are the areas they all took place in. Basically. But yeah, race types, like at the fall, it used to be 16k I think for 2 times, I think for like a stun race, 10 minutes, so like, to explain some buffs they did, I think they did like a general race boost of like 50% I think with Chrono Enterprise DLC or something, so like, that permanent booster jumped out up to like 24-25k. I think in this update they even boosted the payouts on the drift and drag races, I think, as well. So I think this even has an even further boost. So you might be able to make like 30-ish K or something each race, like 8-10 minutes, whatever, for max payout solo. Which obviously is not going to be ideal. You make most of your money like racing against other players. And also keep in mind drift races are off of score more than actual position. The position also does kind of matter, I think, on these regardless. But it's more based on the actual score, so you gotta be really good with the drifting to do good on these, just keep in mind. Which is all kind of like subjective, like, I don't know, it's off of each player, obviously, how good they do and stuff, obviously. So maybe give them a try before you do it all like super serious, maybe. So I think drift, drag, and open wheel are probably some of the types of races that pay the most, I feel, in the game currently at this point, because some of the buffs they've been doing more recently. It's just basically my main point, basically. Basically. It does have up to 8 players, it seemed, too, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, player count kind of matters as well. Obviously, more players could kind of equal more money because more participants and stuff. So probably try to be in, like, kind of maximum player lobbies. Especially because those have a small maximum. You'll probably want as many players as you can on those. But it's not 8 players, and I think it would have been 16 players, I think, for the count on those. Those. Looks like drift tuning is also 30% off, it looks like as well. Okay. But I don't think it mentions the discount elsewhere, so I guess I'll go over it, but yeah. Drift tuning is 30% off, it looks like, for any vehicle, really. I forget how many vehicles there are, but you can find that information on the computer. Maybe I'll even go to it now. But yeah, I think they're normally 200k, so whatever 200k, 30% off is what it would be for the cost. I believe they introduced it in, was it Chop Shop that introduced the stuff, I think? And then I think there might have been like a couple vehicles each update after for $5 bounties, and then yeah, Agent Sabotage, yeah. Sounds right to me, yeah, definitely. They definitely added it in Chop Shop for the drift tuning for sure. For sure. Yeah, sure, I'll get over here again and do that. I didn't know, obviously I was going to necessarily need to do that and look the deepest on the newswire per se. It's not in the discount section, so I would have had to look particularly in the drift tuning section, which I wasn't going to, knowing me, of course. So going back here briefly for that, same thing where you found HSW list if you're on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC Enhanced. Obviously, I presume that does not show up on the 8th-gen platforms, legacy platforms, PS4, Xbox One, PC Legacy. There is 15 drift tuning upgrades apparently on here. For the Jester Classic. But yeah, the three new ones, the three latest new ones were basically the Dinka Jester Classic, the Ring Sheberick, and the current Futo. So yeah. Usually, the maximum you would be able to spend kind of on like one of each model would be like 200,000 times 15, which is what, like 3 million, I want to say on that. So 3 million, you could take 30% off of 3 million, basically, if like up to if you want to get each unique model at a single time. Sounds like it'll still be in the $2 million range if you get all of them, though, just from what I could tell. I think if it would have been like a whole like thing off, it would have had to be like 33% off or something, like 34% off or something. I think if it was going to be under like 2 million to get all those now. But yeah, if you haven't bought any like drift tuning, for example, it would be like over 2 million, I think, still to get all of the different ones as drift tuning for some reason, if you cared about that. So you could get some nice savings of almost $1 million, I guess, which isn't the greatest, I guess, since vehicles, for example, on discount can go for more than $1 million off, but for like one individual vehicle, but still. I'll just fly back to Simeon's, I guess, or maybe even fly over to Salvage Yard, and I'll have to go to eventually anyways. Might as well do that, I guess. Alright, and then yeah, one more money opportunity apparently, but it's not gonna be game changing compared to the FIB stuff, because yeah, that's the huge one going on for the event. Clearly. And it's for an adversary mode, as you would probably be able to expect, since they usually do at least one a week. Most times, anyways. So, of course, the only one they really keep around anymore, probably because it's the most popular one. As far as I've heard, it might be the most popular of the game modes, or adversary modes, so that's probably why they keep that one in. Because they probably pissed off a lot of players, maybe, I don't know, maybe get a lot of people leaving the game if they did that one. Who the fucking knows if Rockstar being all vault happy as fuck anymore, but yeah. Hunting Pack Remix apparently is what's the 2 tons money RP. Now this one used to be really nice to play since you could actually unlock a trade price for the Class A Scramjet, though I think they took the trade price out when they started vaulting the adversary mode. Which, yeah, if they do that for this, then I don't know if they do that for the ones where they vault like stuff like the hot ring races and stuff. But yeah, whatever. Probably a double standard there, but whatever. Fucking Cockstar. Yeah, first map is apparently for Mirror Park. Second map, Fox Hill. Third map, Redwood Lights Track. Fourth map, Pacific Ocean. Fifth map, El Perro Beach. Sixth map, Zancudo. Seventh map, Ratchet Canyon. And yeah, Pacific Ocean's probably on Stun Track, of course. Yeah, all of them probably are Stun Track stuff for the remix ones, though. But I'll just bring that up, though. But yeah, last one again was on Ratchet Canyon. Whatever. But yeah, Hunting Pack Remix. To be clear, the regular Hunting Pack, I think that one's like the Ascent, like VIP work kind of, where it's like you have to stop a vehicle from like going to a destination, slow it down enough to where it blows up or something. So it's similar to the Ascent VIP work that ended up coming out in like 2015. Or no, that would have been 16, I think, actually, with the import-export update and the special vehicles. Yeah, it's definitely 2016, actually, my bad. Now, I think the adversary mode might have came out before that, but either way, they're similar, is what my point is. So it's kind of like the Ascend VIP work for something that's always in the game, compared to Hunting Pack Remix, for example, nowadays. But yeah, it's an actual game mode that kind of has that, and you actually have other players that have to take the vehicle out, whereas maybe it is a goal in actual like VIP work. If you like stop the person somehow, you can maybe get the money yourself instead of the person using the Voltic. Since you can obviously do VIP work in public sessions where there might be competition, of course. Except that's when you actually have people that can help you out, basically, which isn't much enough in the like free mode one for the Ascent VIP work. That is comparable to Hunting Pack in general, I feel. Yeah, sadly they didn't already bring back the new one. They only kept for like one fucking week, of course. But yeah, I mean, Remix is a pretty fun one though. It's a pretty fun game mode. It kind of changes up the vehicles on each one. Each map as well, which I guess I can go for too. Like, first one has like, I think the Scramjet looks like there for the black vehicle, Vigilante, and then the Dune looks like it's the vehicle you have to stop. I assume the Vigilantes help out since they're white as well, like the Dune is. And yeah, the Scramjet's probably the ones that have to try to stop it, maybe. 2, I think, has like what looks to be the armored crewman take a death, and then the vehicle that has to be stopped is the festival bus. The festival bus, whatever. Feel like I'm tongue twisting it, whatever. If it was like the Revolter or some other vehicle, and then like Mixer or like Tipper or whatever vehicle that is, for like that industrial kind of vehicle. A couple supercars, maybe like the Tyrant or something, whatever. also on Yuga Classic or something. Not the. I don't think it's 4x4. I don't think it's 4x4. Maybe it is though. It's 2018 for the remix one though. I think though because it came out during After Hours tribute, I believe. It's called Remix, and most of those remix ones were added during the After Hours update. Is there a classic or the 4x4 one? Assuming that came out by then, of course. One of those two. I don't know if there's like a Ubermakasti one, like Supercar there, for example, on the right, or what. But yeah, maybe that, for example. Like, for sure the vehicle in the middle looks to be like a Pounder Custom, or whatever. For the 6th map, it looks like there's Barrages, maybe Caracaras, it looks like as well. Or no, not Caracaras, I mean, what's that one called? Oh yeah, the Contenders, I think. Yeah, I think they're called Contenders. For the black vehicle in the air there. We have like Barrages, Contenders, and yeah, the regular barracks, I think, not the semi. Semi is the one without the back part, I think. But yeah, the regular barracks, I think. But yeah, goddamn, I must have the Caracara in the trailer too. In my head, if I'm calling out the Caracara, my bad. But then 7th map looks to be what is that vehicle? It sounds like Turismo Classic or some sports classic, is it? I'm not too sure. But either way, the middle vehicle looks to be the like Speedo Custom. Okay. And then yeah, for adversary modes, they tend to pale on like amount of players, which is only maxed out at 8, unfortunately, which is not anywhere near as high as like something like Motor Wars or something like 28 or like 30, whatever. I think 28 though on Motor Wars and whatnot. But yeah, payouts can be off amount of time, like amount of rounds, like amount of players, all that other kind of stuff, etc. I think really, so I feel like no matter what, like amount of times the money, like factors and stuff, you don't really tend to make more than like a couple $100,000 an hour. I feel playing adversary modes though, so you're going to easily blow it out with the water with any of the 2 times on the like FIB files. Really. Yeah, I think that's kind of it here, I believe, for the money opportunities at least. Oh, and before I forget, I meant to mention, of course, with that, it is the featured series for the Rockstar icon as well, by the way, for the adversary mode. But yeah, sadly again, I don't think there's a scramjet trade price anymore, so there's not too much reason to do it unless you need like tier 4 adversary mode for the 9th gen version game for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC, and by the way, like adversary mode for adversary mode 2 or 4 for 9th gen again, like the enhanced versions, expand enhanced versions, I guess, technically speaking, more so, I mean. Alright, but yes. Yes, yes. So there's sort of property discount you talk about, apparently. Maybe I'll do that after the salvage yard, though. Actually. Actually.
What's good? Catch you later.
Yeah, so I always find funny, dude, you have to, like, manually register as you when this was OTG update after the whole consolidating the options is register as, like, a boss, and then actually having the option of some of the laptops, like computers and stuff, which I don't think necessarily was a thing before.
Hey.
But whatever. Whatever. So sadly, as per usual, no claimable vehicle again. But yeah. See if I can go into community posts for my GTA series videos and see if I can get a little more details regarding the like robberies he's featuring and whatnot. I was curious to want to know like what mission it is, for example. Or for example. But yes. Yes. So it's like the low-end vehicle, like low-tier, low-range vehicle, whatever, all looks to be the Albany Hermes from the Doomsday Heist DLC. Back vehicle from Grand Theft Auto Vice City and stuff at Hermes. Pretty cool vehicle. Muscle car class. All that kind of stuff all looks to be featured in the cargo ship robbery this time. And yeah, I don't know, by the way, what the vanning plates are going to be, but regardless, cannot like, own them anyways, so like, not a big deal for any of these since no vehicle is claimable this week. But anyways, has a max sell value of $263,000 and a salvage value of $210,400. Then onto the Obey Omnis here for the Cunning Stunts DLC. Sports car. Apparently Bruffy 152's favorite vehicle as well, I believe, interestingly. Can't mention on something I think he uploaded today or something fucking GT5 random racing with randoms or whatever, like some interesting thing in the little series they be doing there that I've been watching or whatever. Ever since random races officially came to vanilla Grand Theft Online, as he kind of mentions it or whatever it is. But yeah, anyways, it seems to be the mid-tier, like mid-range vehicle, whatever. And that apparently will be for the McTony robbery, the one all the way out in like the desert area, basically, like bumfuck Paleto Bay or whatever. In the submarine, that one, kind of considered the worst one, really, or mission, maybe. Unless you have like the cheapest one, of course. But yeah, has a max sell value of $338,000 and then a salvage value of $278,400. Looks like. And then, last but not least, you have the P-Fister Comet S2 Cabrio here, it looks like, for the top range vehicle, whatever. DLC vehicle back in the contract DLC, not to be confused with the one the update before, the hardtop version, whatever. Yeah, it was in the contract DLC. Trying to think of anything else much on this. But unlike the regular one, it's not a tuner subclass vehicle, by the way, as well. It's not like the just our wide body, where it was another variant with the tuner subclass. This one's not, unfortunately. Fortunately. Yeah, I think I mentioned everything I was going to mention there, but regardless, it's apparently part of the podium robbery. For the casino one, of course. And it has a max sell value of $395,000 and a salvage value of $316,000. Okay. God, fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on.
You all good? Laters.
I think I was pretty sure if I want to mention there, I think.
Everything good?
Second largest port in the world. The great orifice of American capital. Stuff coming in, garbage going out. And hidden over 2 million containers a day. God only knows. Cartels pay off some low-level schlub, and suddenly you've got military-grade weapons. Badly cut crystal metal.
All cool?
Alright, but yes. Set a garment factory discount now. Right, I can do that now. Yeah, garment factory. There's no renovations for it at all, which is why there's no like red thing there. I think there's usually like a red thing to be able to renovate or something. So there's like one fee for it. I forget if it's like 1.4ish or like 1.5ish or something like that, but still. Maybe this one's even closer to 2 million. Maybe that was like the McKinsey hangar amount I'm remembering or something, but still. Not really too crazy great or anything, honestly. There. But yeah, again, when I say not too crazy there, I mean like price-wise, obviously. But yeah, again, I explained the money opportunity is very amazing. Stuff you can do with the purchase of the garment factory with these FIB files. Priority one especially, even if you do literally just do those for like a half hour or so, like each week for like probably like a few to several weeks, and you literally get your money back from that alone, basically. I'm pretty sure, since getting no renovations. Pretty good property, definitely pretty good property. And last but not least here, yeah, all the rest of the discounts look like their vehicle discounts are gonna be uncovered, of course, because I found it this time, which is cool, which is cool. Alright, so I'm not expecting anything in the arena, I'm gonna presume. Yeah, I don't see an arena vehicle this time. Benny's? I think there is stuff that's at Benny's, technically. technically. With at least a Prius 300, is there any others, so... Alright, no, yeah, just that one, it looks like. Okay. So I'll go over it on Benny's, because it's more interesting to go over to there. I don't necessarily think there's a trade price for this one, but if there is, you might only be able to get on certain websites, since I don't know if Benny supports trade prices or not. So possibly something to keep in mind. We have Grady Versa 300 for the compacts class over here. Basically. Yeah. Looks like in terms of raceable options, it looks like it's the worst raceable compact in the whole game for the traditional vehicle. Yeah. Anyways, for price though, it goes from $457,500 to $320,250. Like 140-ish K almost off, it looks like. Not quite, obviously, but almost that amount. Not going to care to look into the specific amount difference. But yeah. Yes. All the vehicle discounts probably are 30% off, along with the Chavez 36 already went over, so yeah, this is 30% off. But yeah. Yes. So yeah, like I was saying, it's basically the worst raceable compact, which gives it 15th place apparently for lap time at the bottom of, but yeah, yes. It is apparently at the bottom of the G tier with a 15th place lap time. Also it's 15th place apparently as well for top speeds. It was worse in both metrics. And then one of them is an arena vehicle, which would have nitrous, whatever as an option, I think. So that would probably for sure be better than that. Besides perhaps the Dilettante Patrol, which might just perform the same as the regular one anyways. Maybe. Well, actually wouldn't have engine upgrades, so it might be able to perform. I don't know, looks like it has a better lap time though, according to what I'm seeing on the stats, time-wise. Maybe just not top speed-wise, so it's pretty much last in almost every way, shape, form. Even considering the non-raceable options for the compacts class of like 17 vehicles. In terms of raceable options, it is the worst for the 15 there is. So the main reason to get it would probably for sure be the Benny's upgrade, which will not have a discount to it. It's just a stock vehicle on discount. However, the Benny's vehicle is something kind of worthwhile to consider, I would say. No doubt. I guess if people want to know what the wide body performance is, I guess I'll say that too, since the vehicle is kind of underwhelming aside for the wide body. It ups to the top of the E tier, apparently, is the wide body, which gives it 9th place, apparently, for lap time, and also 12th place top speed. So it is able to get within top 10 if you do turn to a wide body, apparently, on the lap time. So that is pretty nice, I guess, if you do that. But again, that will be full price on the upgrade. It's just stock vehicle, that's 30% off this time here. Now, I don't assume there's anything for Elitist since I did Elitist stuff like crazy for the longest time. So probably nothing there. Yeah, definitely not. Okay. So probably something for luxury motorsports, surely. Surely. Nothing unfeatured. Alright, looks like there's at least a couple discounts here. Starting off with the Grotti Vision supercars part of the Smuggler's Run DLC. So 30% off of this goes from $2,250,000 to $1,575,000. Which I think is $675,000 off, it's looking like to me. It looks like $675,000 discount for 30% off that. Now this I always have to remember being the greatest performance supercar, so just keep that in mind. Just right off the bat, bit of a Xeon here is apparently in the middle of the D tier for supercar class. According to Roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet. And that gives it 23rd place for lap time and 32nd place for top speed. So taking away the HSW options, that would technically get into high 10s. And yeah, the top speed would definitely be able to be a possibly below average, or not below average, but above average, since it is below average on the top speed just barely, since there's a total of 63 supercars in the game currently as it stands. Fuck, that's starting to bro. Come on. Yes, D, Yes, goddamn fucking steed. But yeah, I mean, there are worse supercars, but still. I wouldn't necessarily suggest this one too much unless you're going for personal preference kind of reasons on this one, really, given the performance it has. This isn't really a performance vehicle, I would say, really. really. Fuck ass hernia, fuck you. Alright, a couple more, it looks like, at least. With the Grotti X80 Proto up next for the Finance Development DLC. Going from 2.7 million, 2,700,000 to 1,890,000. Which is what, $810,000 off, I think? Yeah, I think so. I think so. But yes. So yeah, another supercar like the Xeon, or this one, this one. Hopefully better performance given the price. It was actually it's actually one of the most expensive vehicles to be on the website. Or it used to be before open wheel anyways, I think. And HSW and all that stuff nowadays, of course. But yes. So, trying to find out this spreadsheet here. Okay, it's in the E tier apparently for the supercar class, which means a worse lap time apparently. Giving it 27th place, which yeah, at best would probably be like early 20s, of course taking out the HSW stuff. However, it does actually have a 10th place apparently for top speed. That's actually pretty decent, I would say, on that stat. But yeah, if you take away HSW, that pretty much guarantees it'd be like 6th place, surely. That's pretty decent, I would say. Something maybe worth going for if you want a good top speed supercar. A good decent one, not necessarily the greatest though. Especially on newer versions like I'm playing right now with the HSW stuff being the top speed stuff. It's not terrible. I think that might be worthwhile. And then onto sports classics here with the Class A Mamba for the Executive Criminals DLC. This one also has some history with the GTA series back into the universe, I believe, as well. So it is actually a pretty retro nostalgic vehicle too, if you care for those kind of vehicles in the older games. Almost $300,000 off, short by 500, so like $298,500, I think, on the savings then. Yeah, I think so. I think that does add up. This one I definitely don't recall performing the greatest, especially when you have like the old school supercars and stuff at the top nowadays. Besides for the HSW stuff, obviously. Which one of them is the literally that anyways. But yes, fuck ass Tornado, fuck you, yes, indeed. Beta Mamba apparently is at the top of the H tier for the Sports Classics class, apparently according to the Purple 152's vehicle spreadsheet. And that gives it 23rd place for lap time, which actually is a little bit above average for the class, not as bad as I would have thought maybe there. And it is 18th place apparently for top speed. I don't know, I kind of actually could have saw this being above average just barely, at least for both placements actually. So it is a few placements out of top 10 regardless of what platform you're on, basically, for a stat, any of the stats really. So yeah, I would get it for retro nostalgicness really, since it is a 2D universe vehicle, I believe, back in like the first ever GT games back in like the early not early, but like the later 90s, obviously. I mean. So kind of cool vehicle for that reason. That I think makes it kind of worth the purchase, but not for performance, obviously. Oh, and I also did get added livery support in After Hours DLC. It didn't have liveries initially, but I think a couple years after its release, it got livery support with the After Hours DLC. So that's something too, actually. So it's not just plain, it does have a livery support to it as well. Even though it is a 2015 vehicle, which is not usually the case back then. So it can make it look more interesting with some livery support, at least. Swear if I heard a bump behind me or some shit, so go down to the bottom, I guess, a couple more times. Doesn't look like any 4-doors on discount. Motorcycle is probably not. Yeah, and then open wheel I think happened like last event or recently, so no surprise those are not on discount. It's probably Warstock or Stubborn most likely for any discounts. Doubt Docties would have anything. I'm even down in Warstock this time, to be honest. Yeah, I don't really see anything weaponized, so it doesn't look like Warstock. Yeah, I don't see any like aquatic stuff, so not looking like Docties. Certainly not a cycle, so yeah. Storm St. Interest has like the last 4 vehicles, it looks like on discount. Alright, so do you have a Los Angeles Tuners DLC vehicle on discount with a Sultan RS Classic apparently here, so that's kinda cool. So again, same ordeal with the trade price with the ZR350 I think I mentioned earlier, which is tied to rank 5, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 55, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, the LS Car Meet Reputation, one of those 15 ranks. This one goes from 1,341,750 on a trade price over to 939,225 on a trade price, which puts it to 6 digits on a 30% off just barely, which is pretty good. I think that's a fine price for the Sultan RS Classic, which actually I think I mentioned earlier is one of the better of the sports tuners as well for racing. I think it was pretty much the best one in a lifetime until the Just R wide body came out with this update as well, so it was doing pretty good until that, essentially by itself. But I think it is going to be more competitive with that now, unfortunately with this latest update, so it's not going to be as worth it now, but pretty good. It's kind of like the Sultan Classic, but it's like a 2-door version of it. Kind of also reminiscent to Sultan RS, obviously, like the GT4 Sultan RS, kind of cool. Kind of cool. Yeah, I think this one's like the second place the last time, if I remember right, on the tuner subclass, which I cannot verify with the spreadsheet, unfortunately. So, but that's what I think I remember it being for sure. So pretty good for a lap time it should be. Also, is pretty average for top speed unless the wide body changed anything with it, but I don't necessarily think it would change it too much by one little placement. So I think this would still surely be pretty good for your street pursuit races. Robby contracts kind of depends on if there's rear louvers or anything you can put on the back. I kind of forget, even though I do have one. And I'm not necessarily going to go check what mine looks like right now. It can definitely make some pretty decent money, surely. But it's pretty good already with what I'm saying, so I don't necessarily know if I'll go over exact performance. There's a tuner subclass, and again, like I said with the CR350, as I've proven, it's not going to be too noteworthy in the actual main sports class. So I think I'll take my leave on that vehicle there. Definitely a pretty good tuner subclass vehicle. That's free discounts left. Alright, that's first 300 again, but yeah, again. That was already went over on Benny's since that's a Benny's upgrade. We can also find down here as well, apparently. Alright, any others you found on other sections apparently. Okay. Such as the Astro GZ and the Brigham apparently are both on discount. So obviously I'll start with the one above, higher up with the Astro GZ. Very cheap sedan actually. Pretty sure it's a sedan with the Chavez V6. Yeah, going from $459,000 to $321,300. Like almost under $40,000 in savings, basically. But yes. Yeah, I think I kind of said what the savings was around, I believe already. Yes, kind of indeed. Yeah, this is in fact a sedan vehicle as well, like the Chavez V6. Not going to perform as good as that for a lap time clearly when that was the #1 spot, as I said earlier though. So the only real potential would have over that would be the top speed, I believe. But it's kind of a budgety one. Looks to be at the bottom of the A tier according to the spreadsheet from Rough 152, Racing Needs Rear Course. And that apparently gives it a 7th place for lap time, as well as a 9th place for top speed. Okay, so yeah. It's pretty much budgeted, it's not gonna matter, and yeah, those are the numbers since there's no HSW. Those are the numbers no matter what, since there's no HSW, so keep that in mind as well. But it is at least top 10 for both lap time top speed, and it's pretty cheap, so could be worth it actually to buy that for that cheap of a price. And then going to the opposite of a cheap budget vehicle, you have a pretty expensive one here with the Albany Brigham. This apparently also appeared in Grand Theft Auto 2, if I remember right, back in 2D Universe from when I looked up on GT Wiki one time, so it is a retro nostalgic vehicle apparently from the 2D Universe. For those that like to collect like old school GT vehicles. Yeah, this one is $450,000 off around there, it looks like, with a couple hundred more maybe. So 449, like 700 or something off or something, I believe. But yeah. I don't think there's a trade price on this. I think you only got it like a livery or something for like the Halloween contents. I don't think there's a trade price to get for it though, if I remember right. So I think it's the price for everybody on this vehicle. Yeah, some muscle car. Not a very good one, unfortunately, if I remember, though. It's more for the Halloween theming for when it came out and whatnot, I guess. And, of course, being a retro nostalgic vehicle from, like, 2D Universe, like I mentioned. Apparently it is earlier. We had a Brigham, according to the spreadsheet. Okay, I found it. Okay, cool. So at the top of the J tier, apparently, for muscle car class. And that gives it 64th place for lap time. as well as 65th place for top speed. Okay. And there's 86 vehicles for muscle cars in the game as it stands right now. So that is below average for both metrics, no matter what. So it's not a performance vehicle, it's more of a nostalgic Halloween themed vehicle, it looks like to me here. All that other kind of stuff you would want it for. And I do still believe there should be one more discount, apparently here for vehicles. Somewhere. And yeah, okay, there is the Nagasaki Outlaw looks to be the final discount I believe I should have to cover here. I don't believe it's... Actually, it might have a trade price since it's Dumb Casino Heist. Yeah. Very much just could have a trade price since it is tied to Dumb Casino Heist. For the DLC. And if it is a trade price vehicle, that means you would have to select it as a getaway vehicle, I'm pretty sure, for the Dumb Casino Heist. Don't have to actually use it in the heist, you just have to select it as a getaway vehicle. As the vehicle you steal for like the setup, like prep mission thing, just that alone gets it. And if you complete whatever heist you do it for, then that gets you the trade price. Doesn't have to be driven for even a second, besides for the prep mission. To be clear on it. The game will even tell you that basically as well, if you still have a like buy it now price or something for any of those kind of vehicles, really. Be $951,000 or $665,700 at least on a possible trade price. If not, then price for everybody, but I am leaning towards trade price since it is a Dumb Casino Heist vehicle. Which is like around 15k-ish, like worse than Ranger K, it looks like. So like around like a $285,000 like discount, I think, something like that, I think. But anyways, for the off-road class, apparently here for the Nagasaki Outlaw, it's actually not a great one from what I remember. I'll say that now. Alright, but yeah, apparently the Outlaw is at the top of the G tier. And that gives it 23rd place for lap time, as well as 39th place for top speed. Giving it at best like 21st and like 37th. And the top speed is particularly terrible since there's only 47 raceable off-road vehicles apparently in the game. There is a lot of non-raceable options, so it's kind of hard to say what it actually would be, since there's 16 non-raceable ones, but between the 47, it having like a 39 for top speed is just not good. So yeah, there's definitely much better off-road vehicles to have. But so lap time is at least above average, at least there's that. Albeit just barely. And yeah, that should be the last of his discounts. Apparently for the website and altogether as well. and yes, altogether as well. Alright, yeah, that was it. Apparently. So I think I just want to do HSW time trial since I already did the stash house, which I usually save near the end. Well, if I gun ban if I don't find that, but yeah, fucking those already ended up being able to happen, which is nice, which is definitely nice. Fuck ass body hurting and shit, bro. I swear. I actually guess since there is two times on that one, I should show what that's kind of worth. 612,000 again. It's kind of similar to what Black Box is worth like a couple weeks-ish ago, for sure. And then that's what the other ones are on 2 times. And then again, keep in mind you can get like 50k for the challenge things. But again, you also maybe have to kind of count for minus 20k to start one up for what they're really worth. Turn and on to the current 95. That's 95. That's 95. Yes, that's got it. That speed.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
Clips Boulevard. I believe it was in second one or something. Yes.
I'll bring it by. Alright. First full try, hopefully, without no major mistake before. Didn't make me have to restart earlier. And hopefully it only takes the one try, that would be nice. It's like 4:30 p.m. I should probably get downstairs or something. Decided to break there, but why not? I want to do it like full throttle and stuff, honestly. I might be more careful when I driving, honestly, after what Bruffy 1322 was saying on this latest video about randoms and stuff. Try to be less like randoms, maybe, too. Maybe I'll try if I can. I don't think I drive all that bad compared to what I've seen in the game, probably. Probably. So, that's good, at least. I'll at least try to. Oh, what's that? Alright, left a bit on the brake there, or whatever the fuck, unfortunately, because the traffic was kind of not where I was expecting to be, really. In some cases, I should have took the corner kind of past, like before the street post or something, possibly. That's possibly.
Oh yeah, part-time free 31. Okay, I didn't acknowledge it. Usually I acknowledge it, I think, before I do it, so people are kind of aware of what I'm trying to have to beat here. I didn't pay much attention to what the time was going to be for that, so yeah. But that's what it is regardless, apparently. Is it raining, or am I just seeing things? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Well, it's only happening just now, it seems, not like earlier on and stuff, of course. Oh my god, come on, steer! Oh my god, I barely got that. How the fuck? Stupid rain, though. I blame the rain for that shit, for real. For real. Man, I almost lost that, surprisingly. I feel like the rain was really starting to kick in at that point, unfortunately. Alright, so I ended up with $9,811,595 at the end, okay. Of the stream here. Again, I went way down on my money because I bought a bunch of lock-on jammers, by the way, for anybody wondering. Might be worth selling some businesses, since I apparently know now that I have all of the business product I can in any of my businesses for the stash houses. So I can maybe get some of that back, at least. And maybe start grinding kind of soon. I mean, it won't as much like this event, but maybe start like the next event, maybe, for some reason. Some reason. I have my ways of how I like to go about things after all. Alright, so I'll check my stream again, of course, before I go, make sure it's truly going fine. Better have, of course. Alright, yeah, my stream is going fine still. Okay, awesome. I just got into 4 hours. Unfortunately, I couldn't do before 3 hours. Like, before the 4th hour started, unfortunately. I mean, practice my stupid ass hernia and shit. Otherwise, I would have been able to. Surely. But yes. That is finally be it for the stream here, I think. Next stream, yeah, probably just gonna be the next event, obviously. And then, yeah, for videos, keep maybe kind of wanting to, but yeah, it's a fuck-ass hernia and stuff makes it a lot harder to do compared to back then, unfortunately. So I just haven't necessarily tried bothering recording anything, because I never know if I'm going to be able to bother much or not nowadays. It's health bullshit and everything. Yes. That is true if I'm going to be it for this event. With Mason FIB file 2 times. Hope you enjoyed.